Anyway, without further ado, 1001 game ideas coming up. Wish me luck. Idea number 1. It didn't click because I didn't have focus on the thing. So, 1001 game ideas coming up. 3, 2, 1. So, closes. A game about closing a door. You have to... You use real doors, you have sensors connect to the doors, there's knocks at the doors, you have to look through the thing and check what's on the other side of it. We have things which flip up for, like, it could be vampires, it could be friends, and you have to open the door to let them in. And you've got lots of doors in front of you, you hear the knock, you have to go to the right door, check it's not a vampire, open it up, let them in. There's too many doors, so it gets kind of chaotic. Parliamentary, a game about voting for a piece of legislation. So you have a bunch of issues on the table and some polling data on them. You have to try and bribe all the officials, bribe all the members of parliament in order to get what you want passed. Dictionaries. Dictionaries, you want to... a game where you have a big pile of dictionaries in front of you, and you have to find, hide words in the dictionaries. You hide messages for each other in the dictionaries and pass them back and forth between each other. Okay, it's the start of an idea. I'm giving myself an idea. Cookbook. Cookbook. Okay, you have to cook recipes. The sensor... I mean, if we can have a detector that senses saltiness and things like that. And you have to cook different recipes from the cookbook. These will be interpreted as commands by little robots. So you put sensors in the robots that detect temperature, they detect saltiness, they detect moisture levels, and these control little robots on the screen. So each robot is uniquely defined by the food that you cook. Notebook. Notebook. Let's say it's with a laptop. Call it a laptop notebook where you have to open it and close it to eat something, like Pac-Man. Could we do like the world's most expensive version of Pac-Man, where you're having to run around, like breaking Fabergé eggs between like a £5,000 MacBook Pro as Pac-Man. Wage. A game where you have to pay people money to get them to do jobs, but you want to kind of create a system where they end up paying each other money, so you stop having to pay money. Becomes a game where you have to become something. Become. God, that's so vague. You have to believe. Becomes a game which uses becomes. Okay, you have to become different people in order. So it's like an RPG, except the entire world. Like, there's no NPCs in it. You are the only character in it, and you have to, as your character, perform all the different roles of the people that you interact with. So you've got the protagonist, you've got the team of friends, you've got the antagonists, the villains, and it's like, you know, you're like, oh, hello, Cloud, you've got to save the world and stop Shinra. But I am Shinra Man, I will stop you, or something like that. Things. Great, nice and vague. Okay, a game where you could generate anything, like, take a word from the dictionary, it spawns it into the world as a 3D model, with physics and everything, and you get tasks like, fill up this bathtub, drain all the water from the ocean or something, stuff where you have to use the physics properties of things. So we have 3D models for all kinds of stuff. And it's like, how do you use the interaction of these physics objects together to come up with some kind of solution? Summaries. What if you play as the score counter at the end of the game? So, like, you've got Sonic running through a level, collecting all the rings, hitting all the baddies and stuff, maybe doing tricks and combos and stuff. Your job is to watch all of that stuff and allocate the points. Forwarding. Forwarding is... emails. We'll start with emails. We have a virtual inbox where you are getting emails through, and you have to decide who the emails are for. You have to choose which ones are important, which ones aren't. But it's like basically papers, please, but with emails. Puts. Nobody puts baby in the corner. You have to put babies in the corner, but the babies keep on crawling away from the corner. So you have to try and find different ways, different things that you can use to encourage the babies to stay in the corner, like rattles and toys and things. Constraints. That seems relevant for what I'm doing right now. Constraints. So what about a game where... basically any video game, but you play it with your hands tied behind your back. And maybe your legs are tied together as well, so you have to kind of figure out how to play it with whatever items you have. Let me know in the chat, because the fans got really loud. I might have to go back to the microphone that makes me sound a bit like a robot. I'm going to let the sound die down a bit to check. Anyway, mechanics. A game with mechanics. You play as mechanics, and it's like Scrap Heap Challenge. It's a racing game, but you have these vehicles which come in and they're all busted up and broken, and you need to turn them into like racers by attaching different bits of them together, but they're probably not going to run properly like normal cars. Henderson. Henderson, I like that it has real names in here. Henderson's Relish is like, it's a kind of Yorkshire sauce that it's kind of like Liam Perrin's Worcestershire sauce. You put different sauces in foods, like Worcester sauce, Liam Perrin's and things. You put them on sushi rolls, like just the rice. And then you have to try and figure out which one is the Henderson's Relish. Maybe you can make a chessboard where the taste of the different sushi roll tells you what piece it is. Doctor. You play as a doctor and you have to heal people. How do you heal people? You have a stethoscope, so you can listen into their hearts, but you can also hear what they're thinking and what they're feeling. And thanks for the feedback on the fan, by the way, much appreciated. So you can hear what they're thinking and feeling, and maybe you're like the love doctor and you're trying to set up different relationships by listening into people's hearts, but in order to do that, you need to give them illnesses so that they have an excuse to go and see the doctor. Wing? You're a plane with only one wing. Or maybe you've got one big wing and one little wing, and you have to try and steer the plane around obstacle courses and stuff. That one practically writes itself. Call. Imagine basically any game, like, Metal Gear Solid, Final Fantasy, Sonic, Mario. If you are having the events described to you as a phone call, and it's like, so you can say the names of the buttons down the phone, and the person's giving you a running commentary, like say if it's Donkey Kong, they're saying, oh, there's a barrel rolling towards me, and you shout, jump, jump. Um, baths. Um, uh, you have to go in a bath and scrub. I don't know if this is virtual or real, and wash every like part of your body. It's virtual. It's like it's digital because the further that you go into the game, um, the weirder your body becomes with all like flaps and things, and you have to find a different way to open up the flaps so you can wash inside the flaps. Um, grave. Um, you're a grave digger, and you have to dig the graves. Uh, you're a grave digger, and you have to dig the graves. And what's stopping you from digging the graves? Zombies keep on stealing your shovel. Um, uh, yeah, you know what? That's an idea. Advances. Um, okay, this is going to say, yeah. Okay, let's go for something a bit awkward. You are at a you know you are at an event or something. You play a character who is at an event, um, and there are like you know nefarious people at high levels in their businesses, respective businesses or whatever, making advances on you, and you have to figure out how to deal with them. And I guess like Papers, Please or something, the choice of how you interact with these people will have consequences, and some of these will be negative, and it's kind of conversation piece. Benjamin. You read the works of Walter Benjamin, and then have to explain to someone the works of Walter Benjamin. And then you have to, they explain it to someone. And it's like Chinese whispers with the works of Walter Benjamin. And then at some point, the works of Walter Benjamin come back to you. And maybe you do this with a bunch of different works from different literary figures. And you have to try and sort out what stories you got back match with which important literary work. Chris was the human boy in Sonic X, and he had spiky hair. And that, I am just saying what's coming off the top of my head, that would make a good landscape to drive a monster truck up and down. So, driving up a monster truck up and down Chris's hair from Sonic X, and it's like Super Smash Brothers or something, like you're firing rockets at each other. Example. A game where you are trying to explain something to someone else. And you have to find the right set of examples to give them. And yeah, let's imagine we've got really good AI or something, so you're trying to find the best and clearest example. Like, what if you could explain something to Siri or OK Google or something like that? Then
sounds like 6 of one, half a dozen of the other.
Okay, that just triggered Google, me saying that. There's an idea in this. I can't quite articulate it, and maybe I need to give an example so that I can do it. Basically, you're trying to explain to the voice app doodad, like, what the thing is. Searching. Searching. I'm searching for ideas right now. A game where you have 60 seconds to come up with as many game ideas as you can. You're always searching for ideas. Perspective. How about it's like a first-person shooter, but you see yourself through the eyes of the people that you're shooting. Warned. a cricket game where you play as Shane Warne and you have to do bowling, but you also have to take care of the other life things that Shane Warne has to do in order to make him like at the peak physical and mental fitness so he can bowl to his best ability. I like that because, like, cricket is all about the long game. Cricket takes a pace over 5 days, but actually what it's saying is that a real game of cricket takes place over the course of an entire lifetime. Journal. Journal is like a diary. Let's... Okay, a game where you've got amnesia, you wake up in your own room, and the way that you figure out what the mechanics of the game are, what the objectives are, where you are, what you need to do, the only place where you get this information is by reading through your journal. Representative. Okay, well, think about... Okay, a game that is like Super Smash Bros. Or something, like it's a Twitch heavy action game, except the players competing to play the game must tell someone else what controls they want to do. They tell it to that person goes to the console, which is in another room, does that action, and then comes back to report on what happened. Boundaries. I want to do another cricket game. What a cricket game where you play as the ball and you have to influence your spin and swing and everything in order to make... You're a biased ball, so you want a particular game, a particular team to win. HTTP. Okay, I'm thinking HP source for some reason, even though that's like the internet. So what if it's like an ARG web game about on the HP source website, but the clues are hidden within the chemical structure of HP source itself. Entrepreneurs. You are entrepreneurs. What do you do as entrepreneurs? You believe in yourselves, I guess. Oh God, what do you do? Oh God, this sounds so, like, because it's so obvious, that's what makes it difficult. It's like there's so many games where you play as entrepreneurs. Let's take Theme Hospital. So what's different to Theme Hospital? Is you're an entrepreneur in a hospital, but any game, like, so basically any management sim is a thing about entrepreneurs. So what if it's a management sim, but you're one of the people being managed by the entrepreneur? And, maybe things will happen that the AI will sack you or something, and you have to try and find another role within the company. So, like SimCity 2000, there is an AI building a city, and you play as one of the tiny little people within the system as everything is erupting and being crushed down around you. Tapes. Could we have a game that is played on VHS, and the mechanics are rewinding and fast forwarding to get to different bits? Maybe we have a camera pointing at the screen, and the placement of the lights determines the controls for what's going on in the world. Maybe it's like VHS world, and you're kind of moulding like a VHS planet, like in Populous or something. Hours. A game where you are literally counting the hours. I've always thought, like, like idle RPG type stuff. But what if there was a game like an RPG, like Final Fantasy or something, where you literally leveled up by waiting, and so the battles are just you sat in front of a webcam, and the webcam is looking at your face to make sure that you're there. And the way to win the battle is to sit in front of the webcam and look at the screen for an hour. Recognition. Oh, I like. Okay. Um, you play as someone with face blindness, and you are at a party, and you have to figure out who everyone is without letting on that you didn't recognize them. I am really bad at recognizing. I mistake people for other people and don't recognize people I've seen a lot of times a lot. So it kind of resonates with me as an idea. I think it'd be a great kind of card game or parlor game or like Werewolf or something like that. Sublime. The Sublime. You have to make a perfect painting. Let's do this in real life with real paint. We've got webcams pointing at the painting or something. Someone, another player has written an AI or picked an AI or something that will be judging what you have put on that canvas. But you have to figure out by watching the computer's response to what you're painting at different stages, what the criteria are that it uses to judge whether you've made a good artwork. Bumper. Bumper cars. Let's have a game made with real bumper cars, and you have to bash into each other, and maybe the football in bumper cars. Let's have football in bumper cars. Real life bumper cars, real life football. Advisors. Okay, a game like Civilization or something, but the only input that you get, you don't see the world map. What you get is the recommendations of your advisors for what you should do, and maybe some of them are more trustworthy than others. Staffing. Yeah, let's go back to this that management sim idea. Another management sim where, let's say it's like a Sim City kind of thing, and you are the recruitment manager. This AI player has just said, I want to build a bunch of roads and a bunch of buildings here. You have to pick and choose the correct workers in order to build that for you. Maybe they kind of, move, they're kind of strange and mechanical. Maybe they're robots or something, so they don't quite move properly. So you have to find the right combination of robots to do the job, while the world is changing around you, and maybe some of the robots are getting hired by other mayors or something. Examinations. I used to be an invigilator in exams, and there was a lot of time spent with little mind games that you would do in order to kind of keep yourself sane, I guess. I think we never did the thing of there were all these things of that you heard reports of in newspapers for stand next to the ugliest child or something like that. Never did that. They were always kind of mind games or something how many game ideas can I come up with in the next hour in my head or something like that. But those kind of things, could we have a real life game that takes place in an exam hall? Maybe it takes place with real students sitting there, real GCSE and A-level exams, and they have secret items which buzz, and maybe they have to play maybe they have to play Pong or something, and they can tell when the ball's getting close to them because something vibrates in their pocket. But they're like, if a student gets kicked out of the exam, then that is like that is a bit of the wall that's gone. That means that the ball can get through. Incorporate. Let's take that literally to mean, put things into your body. So what if you can, it's a kind of scrolling beat 'em up stuff kind of thing, but you can steal like limbs and things from the people that you kill and just attach them to yourself. So you could like have an arm with loads of arms poking out of it, or you could like have your legs like actually be 7 legs chained together, and using physics you move around with that. So you have to become a kind of bigger beast in order to overcome bigger challenges. Runs a game where any other game, whatever, like, you've got an existing game mechanic or something, let's say asteroids, but every so often, the spaceship needs to go to the toilet because it's got the runs, and you need to stop shooting asteroids and get quickly to the toilet before your spaceship poops all over the screen. Fair. I want to say something like Fair Dodging, a stealth game where you're on a train and you have to hide from the ticket inspector. Likely. Whatever Happened to the Likely Lads was a British comedy TV series set in the 70s. I mean, it's filmed in the 70s. About these 2 Newcastle men, and one of them had gone off to join the army and come back, and he was kind of, I guess it was kind of like middle class, lower class kind of thing. They were both old friends, and now they drifted apart because the other one had, got into business, got into the wealthy middle class or something like that. Yeah, could you do a game where you play out the kind of situations they face? What could you make a game out of an episode of Whatever Happened to the Likely Lads? Blue. Blue. How do you explain what blue is to someone who has never seen colour before? How do you explain what blue is to a computer? So you have a neural network, and you have to try and teach it what blue is. And maybe the game is that you have to try and teach the neural network what all kinds of things are, and then to throw up like an example of that thing, and your ability to teach it will have been based on that will determine whether or not you can solve the challenge. Stolen. You're in a stolen car, you have to escape. No, you don't have to. It's a stealth driving game. So you are in a stolen car, and you need to drive it in such a way that the police aren't going to get suspicious of you. So it's like a stealth game where you're in a car. Shopzilla. That's in the top 10,000 words in the English language according to Google. I think these might be like from internet searches. I have no idea. Okay, so I'm imagining Godzilla, but Godzilla is a shop. And so while Godzilla is rampaging around, like smashing up buildings and things, you are inside Godzilla while it is rampaging around, smashing up buildings, and you have to do your daily shopping. But all the tomatoes are falling off the shelves and stuff. Anna. Is a name. I'm thinking Anna Kournikova, tennis. I don't know. Anna Kournikova. I can't remember if there was some controversy over her skirt being too short or something. Um, so what if it's a game where you have to? It's a tennis game, but what you are doing is trying to get as close as you can. Like, what is the most outrageous thing that you can wear to a tennis match without being banned from playing tennis? Mailing. What games could you play over posts that aren't being played before? Let's take something like The Last of Us or something, which is a narrative game, but it's full of action beats and things like that. The game is played not by you actively playing it, but by someone else playing it. They write down what happened and they send it to you, and you need to send back what they should do. Similar to an idea we've had before, but this one involves post. So, tractor. Tractors slow down traffic. You always get caught behind tractors. A driving game where there's loads of tractors on the road, and so you have to try and get to work as quickly as you can using all your driving skills without crashing into the back of a tractor. And there's tons of tractors on the road. Imagine Ridge Racer, but just with lots of slow-moving traffic. Westminster. You got the House of Commons and the House of Lords. What if they had a big fight, like a kind of Royal Rumble? What if it was... Okay. It's like Super Smash Brothers or something, but with 800 players. I don't know how many MPs there are and how many lords there are, but let's say there's 800 total. And you are each an MP or a lord. You're all duking it out. And then you've got the thing of the commons and the lords are like rival schools or something. But within those rival schools, there's you've got Labour and Conservative, and there's Labour lords and Conservative lords, and so there's all these different allegiances in the Royal Rumble. Adams. Adams family immediately jumped into my head, and then I realised it's the wrong Adam. Then I thought Adam and Eve. Adams. Two Adams. What if it's a game set in the Book of Genesis, right at the beginning, Adam and Eve, except there's two Adams. It's a dating sim where you play one of two Adams trying to romance Eve, that's an idea. Seventh, the seventh seal, playing a game of chess against death. What if you play... And then there's Bill and Ted, they play other games against death. What other games could you play against death? Maybe that's it. Maybe it's like a big compendium of games that you play against death. And what would death be? Because it's that's just an avatar or something. What is death in this thing? Unless it's a live show where you have to play all these different games against someone dressed as death, and they're doing all the things, because in the film death cheats. You can't cheat death. Death can cheat you. It's a live show. Boom. Fight. Well, that's in so many games. And so, what if it was Super Smash Brothers, but instead of the characters from the games fighting, it was the games themselves fighting. I need to be more specific than that. So let's say Mario. What if instead of playing as just Mario, you played as everything in Mario? And then you've got, say, Gears of War, and you play as everything in Gears of War. And it's like a big old Royal Rumble. Including the CDs, the discs and things that they come on are part of that Royal Rumble. And that's what you have to protect. If the disc gets destroyed, then you lose. So you have to defend your disc from your opponents. CNET. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure what CNET is. I think it's a news website. It also looks like King Canute. King Canute, C-N-U-T. So King Connect is the digital version of King Canute. And King Connect is trying to stop... You have to stop the tide using the power of the internet. So maybe... you know what? That's good enough. You have to stop the tide using the power of the internet. Booth. Cherie Booth was the wife of Tony Blair. Is the wife of Tony Blair, I think. And so, what would a game about being the wife of Tony Blair be like? Okay, Tony Blair, like, something to do with the Iraq War and, like, being in, like, hearing the war room from the outside, but only being able to influence it tangentially. So maybe if you want to prevent the Iraq War, you can do things like put laxatives in Tony Blair's tea and stuff like that. And you have to try and find different ways that you can prevent the Iraq War by being Cherie Booth. Interval. It's the you're in a crowded theatre space. You're in a crowded theatre. It's the interval. You need to go to the toilet and back, but there's crowds of people. So it's all about manoeuvring through the people so you can get to the toilet, do your business, and get back. Maybe you have a bunch of different things, like you have to get a drink. You have to remember the right set of drinks and things, and not spill them on the other people. All the while people are milling around. There's long queues and things. Yeah. Consumers, something to do with buying stuff. A game, you go into a shop, and this is basically Supermarket Sweep, but whatever. You go into a shop, you need to find one item for each letter of the alphabet, and you get you win by spending the least on your shopping cart, like on your cart full of stuff. Graduates. See, I've got another, like, this is another dating sim idea, where it's the graduate, but there's two graduates, and they're both fighting over Mrs. Robinson. Now, I've not seen that film before, so I've not actually much idea about what happens, except for the "are you trying to seduce me" with the legs. So what if you play as a pair of legs? Okay, I've gone really left field. Okay, yeah, let's just put that idea there. It's a game based on the film The Graduate, except there's two graduates, and you play as Mrs. Robinson, who is just a mechanical pair of legs. Most. The bit in Family Guy where Donnie Most rises from the mist, and that is the landscape of the game. The whole it's like a maze. You're trying to get through to the other side of the maze. There's fog everywhere, and you can't see the walls. You can just see the objective in the end. And when you get too close to a wall, Donny Most rises up in front of you. Maybe there's different ways that you can interact with Donny Mosts. Why can't we talk to the Donny Mosts? That kind of thing. Herself. Think of it. Herself, yourself. A game that you play on yourself. So what if all the buttons are attached physically to your body, and you have to touch the different parts of your body to do different controls? What if you control Mario by doing the Macarena? So this is left, this is right, this is jump, this is run. Yeah. Incident. In every story there is an inciting incident, and that inciting incident what if it's a game where you are like you can set off various inciting incidents? So you've got like a protagonist doing a bunch of stuff, and your job is to throw various spanners in front of them in order to turn the story in different directions. Outputs. So a game that is communicated by light bulbs on the end of big sticks or something, and maybe the ends of the sticks are in different rooms and things, so you've only ever got part of the screen at a time or something like that. What if you had a normal game like, say, Asteroids, but the spaceship moved between different screens, and the different screens were in different rooms? Baptist. I don't really know much about Baptists, except for they do baptisms. Baptism, you go under the water. And what if you get dunked, you get put under the water, and then you get sucked down the drain by accident, and you need to find your way back to church because you've been sucked down a drain while you were being baptised. Tube. You're on the tube, you're on the London Underground, and you're trying to get from one place to another. And different stations keep on being closed, and you've got to try and find the optimal route there. What if it's like a first-person shooter kind of thing where you're trying to track each other down and hunt each other down, but you're on the London Underground and having to chase each other around, like you're figuring out what bits of the route each other are on? Or what about a racing game where you race as the underground trains going around that map? Polls. A lot of political stuff today. Polls. I want to say a game where you are running around with a clipboard surveying people. What do you have to survey? Why are you asking them to survey? Maybe there's some other bit of information that you need to solve. Like, it's like a puzzle that you only have part of the pieces of. and you have to ask people, you ask passers-by on the street what they... So you say you've got a sequence of symbols that you need to find. And you ask members of the public. We have a kind of like digital version of like a shopping mall or something. You're running around with a clipboard, and you have to ask them like what symbol they think it is, and that determines how likely you are to be right about what the symbol actually is. Like if 75% of people think it's a circle with a cross through it, then you can be pretty sure the next symbol is a circle with a cross through it. Telecommunications. Could you do a whole game where you are just in a phone call with someone else and you do it in real life? Like, challenge Annika. She was always on a phone call with someone, but what if there were two Annikas and no studio? So like a scavenger hunt, where you are in two separate locations, you both have the answers to each other's questions, and you have to call each other to figure them out. Moldova. I don't know much about Moldova other than that it's in Eurovision. So let's say, they had the unicycles and the pointy hats, I think. Let's have a unicycle stunt game where you have to do like Tony Hawk style stunts on your unicycle without getting your hat knocked off. Literature. You are in a library and the books have all flown off the shelves and you need to put them back in the right order, but some of the shelves have been mislabeled and you have to figure out which ones have been mislabeled. Emotions. Okay, an RPG where you play as an emotion, like not like a tabletop RPG, and you play as an emotion, and but you have to stay in that character as that one emotion. Like if you do something that would not ring true for that emotion, like the most basic, simplistic version of that emotion. Like if you're fear, then you can't be angry. Like that. Yeah. The thing went and a circle appeared. You can tell I'm starting to get a bit mentally worn out here, so that's good. This is the magic happening. Emotions. You just have to stay true to the emotion. So if you're sadness, you can't be angry at any point during the thing. Placing. And thank you for the response, Bubble Reg. And I have actually forgotten what idea that was in response to. Placing. All I can think of is the fish called Place. So what would you do if you were being a place? Well, a place is a fish that kind of placing should be swimming by moving up and down like that rather than side to side like a normal fish. So fish, thank you for the input, Bubble Reg, appreciated. So it's like a racing game where you're fish and you have to swim through the hoops, but you have to do the actual fish motion. Geographical, a game played in an atlas. What if the landscape of the game you were playing was an atlas with the pages torn out or something, so the scale of everything was like the scale that it is inside the atlas? Like, I used to think that Britain was one of the biggest countries in the world because in my atlas it took up a whole page. And like that. Significance. Um, like a detective game. A detective game where you are given a bunch of like total fluff information, and you have to find the one bit of information that is useful to give to the detective. Flex. A game about bodybuilding. Uh, a game about bodybuilding. You're a bodybuilder, and you have to do the exercises. It's very grindy because you have to do the repetitive actions with your controller or something in order to do it. But at every bodybuilding show, a different body type is more popular, so you have to try and manage the exercises that you do in order to get the body shape that is that will win you a prize at the competition. Rebate. Rebate, tax rebate. You get your taxes back, but not all of them, just some of them, because you paid too much. Something to do with having paid too much tax or something. Or what? Okay, what? No, what if you had like a board game, like a, Monopoly, or Food Chain Magnate or something, where at some point you would have to spend all of your money, and you get it back at some point, and it's still worth making money because you know you're going to get it back at some point later in the game, but you can't guarantee that you will have all of the money that you've earned all of the time. Knowing. A game where, like a party game, there's a bunch of you in a room, maybe it's a card game or something, one of you knows the rules, no one else does. They can only tell you if you are right or wrong. They can say you can't do that, you can't do that, and after a certain number of rules of the game, like, you have to guess what the rule is. I think that might be Mao, but I've never actually played it, so who knows. Logs. Putting logs on a fire. So, logs on a fire. Logs on a fire. I can just picture logs on a fire. What if you play as a log and you can roll yourself around to try and burn optimally? There's a bunch of you. Each of you controls a log and you can kind of flip and roll and stuff. And you are collectively trying to keep a fire going for as long as possible. Accessories. I'm imagining something where you are covered in jewellery, like so much jewellery. And what would happen to you if you were covered with jewellery? You would sink. And so it's a deep sea diving game where you're going to get treasure, but the only thing that will determine whether you go up or down is your treasure. If you have too much treasure, you sink. If you don't have enough, you float. So you have to decide what things you're going to discard so you can float back up to the surface. Don't want to stay underwater too long, and things like that. Robot. Robot. I'd like to make a game with a real kind of physical robot, kind of like the Terminator style, where it looks like a human. Could we make a game that's a kind of like shoot 'em up style game, like, played in an arena, like Unreal Tournament or something, but use real physical robots? Basically Robot Wars. I'm just describing Robot Wars, but could we make the Robot Wars robots work like they were in a first-person shooter? So you've actually got physical robots with like Nerf guns and targets on top of them, and then you're driving around trying to hit the target on top of a Nerf gun, off of a robot with a Nerf gun attached to the robot. Solutions. Okay, someone's just asked, how long am I going to keep this going? I want to do 1,001 of these. time is telling me that that will take me well until like 4 in the morning. So we'll see. Am I only doing video games? Some videos, some physical, some digital. Basically, whatever comes to mind. Board games. I don't know. I'll figure it out as I go. And I want to do it in one sitting. We'll see what happens. And okay, solutions. Solutions. I'm thinking like orange squash. And you have to make orange squash or different kinds of squash. And see, I've already done chessboard where all the pieces are a different type of food, so I can't do chessboard where the pieces are all different types of squash. Squash is like, how strong is it? That's the big question. How strong is squash? What would that even do? Okay, I'm just gonna go a game involving mixing squash. Arena. Arena. I mean, loads of games take place in arenas. So, like, what if you had the mechanics of one game but played in the arena for another game? So it could be like, you could be playing a Halo, but on the kind of Final Destination landscape from Super Smash Brothers, and it just kind of changes periodically to like a totally different kind of arena from a totally different kind of game. Refund. You have to find a receipt for something, and the receipt is hidden under a big pile of stuff. I mean, you can do that game in real life. Finding a receipt. Yeah, that's as much as I can get out of that idea. South. Geese flying south for the winter. So it's like a racing game. It's a flight-based racing game, but but it takes a period of several days to get to your destination, because you're ducks. Baseball. I mean, baseball's already a game. So what game would you make out of baseball? What if you threw the bat and you had to hit it with the ball? March. You could do March the month or March going on a march. Soldiers marching. Okay, a rhythm game where 100 people played a rhythm game at once. And it's like military precision. You want to get all of you like doing the exact same rhythm at the exact same time. 100-player rhythm action game. That one would sell. Neither. Neither this nor that. Neither or neither. A game where, because there's two different ways you can pronounce that word, and there must be something playful in that. Oh God. Neither. Oh. What if it's a game where there's like different option A and option B for various things, and the winning move is not to change? Hello, Robin Barr. Nightlife. Nightlife. A game. Okay, can we have a game which you play in a nightclub, and you play it in a nightclub, with the different colours of light that are in the room, details will show up. So there's hidden information in the nightclub. Maybe there's some puzzle or something that you have to figure out based on the t-shirts being worn by the people dancing in the nightclub. Lucia. That's a person's name. It's like Lucy with extra letters on the end. Lucy is the film where Scarlett Johansson uses 100% of her brain and that gives her superpowers. So what would be a game where you use 100% of your brain? Could we have a game where you have, like, you know, electrodes on your head or something, you know, testing mental activity, and you need to try and get that mental activity as high as it can, like using puzzles and things. Or maybe you control it by, there's something that happens when you're thinking and something that happens when you're not thinking, and you have to switch off thinking and not thinking. Arrangements. Okay, I was thinking musical arrangements. I was also thinking arrangements of pieces on a board. It's like chess. It's a game of chess where instead of you choosing, like, what to do, you choose how the pieces are arranged on the board at the beginning of the game, and then the AI plays out both players, and it's, you know, you win if your team wins, but the only input you've done is choosing where everything is placed. Attacks. Okay, my mind is going to a place about making a game about being horrible to someone on Twitter. That sounds thoroughly unpleasant. Where's the game in that? It's a game where you... could we make a, like, Twitter bot that pretends to be a real person and you need to chase it off of Twitter? And if you can get the bot, it's like, how quickly can you get the bot to close its account? Blades, rollerblades. So what can you do with rollerblades that's interesting? I want to think like a kind of... I want to do an extreme sports game of some kind. With real rollerblades. Okay, a game like Tony Hawk's or something where, you know, you get the character to do tricks and things, but the controller for the game is built into a pair of rollerblades. So to make him to do different commands and actions, you need to physically move your feet around in different ways and do tricks and things. Pencil. Pencil. A game where you have these images, these roughly drawn images, and you have to rub out the rough edges to tidy them out using a rubber. Pending. Pending. So when you're waiting for something, something is being waited for. Oh God. Waiting for something. Waiting for Godot. Okay, a game about waiting for Godot. Where you're just in a blank... You've got a whole space of stuff and you're waiting for something to happen. And it's like a VR game. A VR game where absolutely nothing happens. And you are waiting just to be let out of it. So, like, there's stuff that you can mess around with, but none of it is of consequence. And the real challenge is, are you willing to keep the headset on for 8 hours? Conservative. We've had a lot of political ones, so let's say conservative is about conserves. It's about jam. And it's the controller for this game is jam on a table, a controller covered in jam, and you have to stick your hands in the sticky jam to control the game, and there's ants, and like sticky hands needs to make it hard to do something. So maybe there's like bits of paper and fiddly things that you have to do, but in order to get at those clues, you have to deal with the fact that your hands are covered in jam. Websites. You play as the internet. Or is there a game that, like Barcode Battler for websites? Like a kind of top trumps kind of thing, where you have a criterion for like what makes a website win this round. Like, I'm going to go with the most blue on a page. I'm going to go for the most instances of the letter E, and then you pick a website, and you have to go up against your opponent to see, does your website contain more letters E's than theirs does. Indianapolis, the Indianapolis 500 race on a banked oval. What else could you do on a banked oval? Maybe you've just got all kinds of weirdly shaped objects like cubes and things moving around this banked oval. Yeah, like what if it was, it's the Indiana 500, but you have no racing cars. You have like a cube which rotates, you have a bouncy ball, and things like that. Enable. Okay, a kind of like robot battling game where you have two robots fighting each other, and they each have a bunch of behaviors that they do, and your interaction is you choose which of those behaviors to switch on and which to switch off, in order, and then you say go, and both the robots go, and you try to like win the battle. Bugs. Bugs. I like the idea of the jam game with all the ants, so let's take this forward. What other games could we make involving physical bugs? I mean, this could be like, okay, this is an idea for a controller model. Any game controller that you're familiar with, but it's in a tank with tarantulas. And so you have to play the game with tarantulas crawling all over your hands. Maybe your performance in the game is what allows the tarantulas to be fed. So you need to feed the tarantulas by playing the game, but by doing that you have to put the thing in the tarantula, your hands in the tarantula thing. Elected. There are a lot of political words in this list. Not that political is a bad thing, just like kind of creatively, I'm worried I'm just going to run out of ideas for something to do with politics. Elected. Okay, so you did not know that you were running to be president of planet Wurgle Schmerzel. And you have just been thrust into office as the president. You have no idea how this world and society works. There are a bunch of demands at your table and stuff, and you need to figure out what policies to put into place to make the people of Wurgle Schmergle happy. But it's like it's an alien planet, you don't know what these aliens even like, and their language means nothing, like, our Droombelows Are they a good thing or a bad thing? And you need to work that out in order to figure out, like, what policies to enact. Bass, or bass, the fish. I'm going to go with bass because I haven't had much musical stuff. Music. Bum bum ba dum bum 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 bum. Could we make a game which is played using a double bass? A game played using a double bass. I like the kind of springiness of the things. So what if you're using the strings to kind of flick stuff around a room, or something like that? Hayes. Hayes and Harlington is a train station which I believe is near Brighton, so let's say it's near the sea, it's on a pebble beach, and you are going around a beach looking for the perfect pebble. I mean, that seems like a kind of beautiful... maybe you can share the pebbles that you find on the beach online with other people, and these are procedurally generated pebbles, and there's thousands upon thousands of them on the beach. Collecting. Collecting. A game about collecting something. You are collecting stamps, and you have to travel around. It's like around the world in 80 days, that you play as a stamp collector. So in all of your interactions, it's like a narrative game. In all of your interactions, your end goal is to get a stamp off of someone. Walls. Okay, a game like Tetris, you're trying to build a defensive wall using the Tetris pieces, but holes will appear, and if people break through the defensive walls, it'll impair your ability to play Tetris. It'll mess up with the controls and things like that. Yeah, I think that's an idea. Juan, that's a Spanish name. I guess it's similar to John. A Dear John letter is a letter that gets sent. So something about writing Dear John letters. A tabletop RPG where you all play as lovers in relationships, and you build up the relationship over the course of an hour, and then at the end of it, you go off into separate rooms and you have to write Dear John letters to each other. Spam. Do you want to do the email? Do we want to do the meet? Let's do email, emails. Like, what if there were hidden messages in all the spam? What if, like, because you've got all the kind of the weird symbols that you get in them sometimes, where it's like, asterisk, exclamation mark, asterisk, exclamation mark, emoji of a spider. And it's, what if there were coded messages hidden inside that? If you lay them on top of each other, you get secret messages. So it's an ARG based around messages in your spam folder. Porsche is a car. It's a fancy car. Okay, we've done this with tractors, but this is something slightly different. It's a car game, but instead of trying to drive fast, you're trying to drive without your car getting scratched. And you get all these different precarious situations where your car might get scratched. Looking, Alice through the looking glass, looking for something, like a big Where's Wally? I guess that's... Okay, like a big Where's Wally? What if it's like Where's Wally, but Wally and all of the other characters are moving around, walking around the entire landscape, and things like that. Valuation, I mean, that's basically The Price is Right is the kind of obvious thing for that, even though I've never actually seen The Price is Right. I think I know how it's played. Is The Price right? Let's find out. You have to guess how much stuff is valued at. Play it on eBay. So you have things that are going to be sold on eBay, and you have to try and guess how much they're going to sell for. Operator. Really good game called Hello Operator. It's a kind of old controller game by M. Laser Walker, and it's outstanding. Played using an old operator thing. So obviously I don't want to rip off someone else's work. Operator could also mean in The Matrix, the operator looks at all the symbols coming down the screen, and so yeah, you've got a game or an RPG, maybe it's narrative, I don't know, but the main thing about it is that what you see on the screen is a bunch of jumbled symbols moving, and you need to figure out what the patterns are that allow you to interpret it properly. Paint. I was working last year on a game that used real paint. Didn't really go anywhere, but you know, the concept was there. Paint. You want to paint something? I've already done something to do with making paintings and having an AI read them. So what else could I use? The consistency of paint. I like the fact that it starts wet and ends up dry. Paint. What if it's a game like Populous or something like that, where you have to create the world and, you know, raise and lower land and things, but the world is like something that you paint. You've got a camera pointing at it, you paint the landscape, and then little artificial people start living in that landscape, like meeples or something, and you will need to change the landscape over time by painting on top of your painting. A mission. Okay, now I want to make a game about farting. You're flying hot air balloons, and you need to keep them aloft by farting into them. Maybe you're throwing matches at each other's balloons to set them alight. Alternatively, oh god, this is a tough one, because that's an adverb, and it means differently to how something would normally be done. So, okay, a cooperative board game where it's like every rule that you do stops the other people from doing the same move that turn. So, everything you do locks out people from doing something similar. And Google has just written down that idea on my phone. So, thank you. What's Google have to say? We'll find out right after this. Earlier, okay, it's a game where you do a bunch of stuff and you can kind of, you got to do something important, like say you're on a spaceship with no air left, and you have to get to the airlock. And you do a bunch of stuff, and then it goes, like, to get out the airlock, and then it goes back to an earlier step in the same storyline, and you need to set up all the things that allowed you to do all that stuff you did in order to get out of the airlock. Quebec is French-speaking Canada, and they speak Québécois. It's French, but like different, and they have different accents. So I'd like to say, like, a game where you have to pass yourself off as having an accent that you don't have. So, like, it would be like me going to America, and putting on an American accent, and trying to minimize the number of people who twigged that I was not American. Maybe, like, for each of these things that you do, each of these things that get spotted, you have to add an affectation. So, you know, it starts out where, I speak with an American accent all the time. And when people question it, I have to add another thing. So it's like, I'm not allowed to, I have to speak with an American accent, and I have to end every sentence with y'all. And if someone asks, like, why do you end every sentence with y'all, then you have to add another thing to it. Direct. So you've got shooting games where you shoot bullets at people. Getting shot by a bullet is kind of indirect. So what if you were a bullet and you had to propel yourself through the air at the place where the person with the gun asked you to be shot at? What if you have really weird flight or something, and this is a world where instead of, like, guns being mechanical things, they tell a bullet where to go, and you have to fly this, like, wacky bullet into the chest of the person you're assassinating. Plans. The Best Laid Plans of Mice and Men. A game where you are trying to build something or heist something, using a team of specially trained mice. But the mice don't really understand all your actions and things, so you need to train the mice to do all these different things. I like Mouse Heist. Getting trained mice to rob a casino. Done. Parish. There's like small village religion kind of thing. Parish. Or is it Parish when said by Sean Connery? See, now I want to do just a game a couple of ideas ago and you have to be Sean Connery. I want to make something with a bunch of, like, clips of Sean Connery compiled together, and that is the controller, or that's the thing that you're interacting with. It's like a rhythm action game, but instead of putting stuff into a controller, you're trying to recite lines by Sean Connery in the right time and in the right order. So like a Sean Connery film with all the Sean Connery's voice removed and just subtitles, and you need to say those lines like at the right time with the right cadence. Robin has just selected, you have to perish a parish in Paris. That would be, like, hard to say even if I hadn't been talking for 1.5 hours straight. So, thank you. Appreciate the suggestion. Okay, distributions. there's all these different distributions of like films around the world. Like, you know, you get the Region 2 one, you get the Region 1 one, the Region 6, and all these things. And what if you had a bunch of different like DVDs from around the world, and you could only see the covers, and you need to attach the cover art to the place at which that version of the DVD was distributed? I mean, maybe that's just a pub quiz round, but I mean, it's okay. It's a start. Accounting. Accounting is. I want to do a game about hiding stuff in your tax return. So disguising, like, personal stuff as expenses, or yeah. Okay, something like Papers, Please, or something where you know you have to do your accounts or something, and it's like you know, you can choose to pass certain stuff off as business expenses. Maybe there's stuff you need to put on your accounts that you can like not put on your accounts or something, and you know, not get count. Maybe you can fiddle with other people's accounts and go like, oh, they claimed £5,000 worth of cocaine on the business. That's not okay, and try to get them arrested. So it's a tabletop board game where you're doing your accounts, but you can also take other people's accounts and fiddle with their accounts. And yeah, maybe there's a card for things that the revenue will notice. Accident. A game about making something look like an accident. I don't want to do a game where you hurt each other. So an alternative to be hurting each other would say you have plates and you have fruit and veg on your plate, and you need to knock the fruit and veg off of each other's plates without making it look deliberate. Real life game, real life fruit and veg. Laughing. A game where you have uncontrollable laughter and you have to try and think of stuff that will make you stop laughing. What would be the equivalent of Siri or Alexa or something where you could like program it to act as someone who is compulsively laughing, like the you know what you get, you have a laughing fit, and you need to try and make that AI think of something that will stop it from laughing. Iran. It'd be nice to do something like the history of Iran. Like there was, Persepolis was set in Iran, I think. There was The Cat and the Coup was an indie game about like the modern Iranian history. So like what else could you do with that? It's quite a rich area to mine. So I would like to do a kind of narrative game. I mean, like, okay, let's take Persepolis. The book Persepolis, comic book, and then do a video game adaptation of that. Procurement. Procurement is getting something from somewhere. You shipping. You are sailing a boat across the oceans with all these stuff. You need to take it to port, but the ship is awkwardly shaped. The boxes are awkwardly shaped, and you need to figure out how to ride the waves to stop all the stuff from falling off of the boat. A burner. Okay, so a game about burning things. Could we do a game with a controller using real fire? Yeah, and it only gives you so many moves. So it's like, you got a light sensor pointing at, say, bits of, like string or something. So when they're burning, it knows that that's there, and that's an input. But then once that's burnt out, that's gone. So you're playing like Tetris or something, but you can only make so many moves of each type before you run out of string that you can burn, and then the game over naturally falls out of that. Ventures. I venture into the unknown, a corporate venture. It's kind of entrepreneurial. Venture capital. Yeah, what if it was... Okay, let's take the idea of something like a management sim, kind of SimCity kind of thing, where it's an AI controlling the management. And now in this place, instead of being a worker, instead of being in HR, this time you are a venture capital deciding on which players to invest in. Land. Land. I'm thinking about pirates sighting land after time away. You have to... and the pirates... And you have to try and... You're pirates sailing the seven seas. Every time you stop at land, you have an opportunity to leave an annoying sailor behind. And maybe there's like different sailors that you hate for different reasons, and you want to leave them stranded on different desert islands. But the more sailors that you strand on the desert islands, the harder it gets to pilot your ship. Waiting. Waiting on tables. Waiting for Godot, but you're waiting Godot's table. You are a waiter, and Godot is at his table, and maybe that's why he never shows up, because he's waiting for his food. You keep on bringing him stuff, and he's too hungry. I don't, Yes, you have to keep on getting different awkwardly shaped bits of food to bring to Godot, and you're carrying them around on a tray, and they're awkwardly shaped. You can't drop Godot's food on the floor. Introduction. The scrolling text at the beginning of Star Wars. So, what if that was literally flying through space, and you are piloting, like, a ship from Star Wars, and you have to dodge out of the way of all the flying bits of yellow text. Suites. Something set in a hotel. You're going... maybe you are the baggage people at a hotel taking baggage up and down. The baggage has lost its labels, and you have to figure out from the contents and from the conversations people are having who needs to get which bits of luggage. Break. Okay. I want like a racing game, but I mean, this may be Kirby's Air Ride. It's certainly what I think Kirby's Air Ride is, but it's a racing game where you have no left or right movement. The only control you have is whether or not to brake. That one would be great on phones. Devil. The devil is in the details. So now I'm thinking like a Where's Wally, where you have to find the devil. Yeah. Where's Wally where you have to find the devil? What's the consequences of finding the devil? Maybe it's all set in hell, so everything's red, so it's the same colour as the devil. Hoped. So Hope was Barack Obama's slogan poster thing. Hoped. I guess we are in the post-Obama years. So what if you are the Obama campaign poster? Or what is it's a game that takes place on the Obama campaign poster. That's the landscape, and the red and the blue and the white mean different things. So it's the player board for another game, like it's a kind of territory control game where the map is the Obama Hope poster and the colours have strategic meanings. It's like it's a war game or something. Medicine. If you take the wrong medicine, it will make you more poorly. So a game where you're ill, you're kind of stumbling around, maybe you've got kind of like weird blurry vision and weird physics, kind of like Octodad or something, and you need to find the medicines that will make you feel better in the right combination, and the different medicines that you take will cause different effects to appear, so you're trying to figure out the right combination of pills to take. Pick. Like a pickaxe. Pickaxe. Or picking your nose. Picking your nose, you want to get... sometimes in your nose there is a really awkward to get bogey. And you really want... you can tell it's there and you just can't reach it. And maybe that's a game. There is a game about trying to dislodge a bogey. Maybe because you have full control of your finger, kind of like, every joint and everything is mapped to a different button. And you just need to dislodge a bogey from your nose. Scratch. Like a record scratch. If you scratch the records, pick and mix. That would have been such a good idea, Bubble Reg. I unfortunately, time happened. Basically, everything you're typing in, I see 20 seconds after you type it. So, Scratch. So, I want to say, some kind of game which is controlled, one-button game or something, maybe something to do with breakdancing, where the thing you need to do happens when you scratch the record. Or maybe, you have to frame just before the interesting thing happens, like something in, they do the record scratch and then it's like, so I bet you're wondering how I ended up here, and you need to find the optimal moment where someone could end up wondering why someone ended up there. Permalink. You can tell this is like the top 10,000 words from the internet. Don't need to apologise, Bubble Reg. No problem. I guess it's me apologising because when you make suggestions, I usually can't see them in time to actually respond in the moment. Permalink. I'll be honest, I'm not 100% sure what a permalink is. I'm assuming it's it's not on Dropbox something can change, is expected to change quickly, whereas at natwest.com that's always going to be there. So oh, what if it's Link from Zelda and he never dies, because at the end, like, so they're all set generations apart or something. But what if you're the one Link who's been in every single thing and he's really old now, and it's basically it's a Zelda game, but you are incredibly old, incredibly slow, and you have to find ways of doing all the Zelda puzzles, but like as an old man who's not very flexible. So like they reuse all of the puzzles from the previous games, maybe all of the same dungeons again, but you need to use different items to get past them because Link is now old and slow. Marijuana. Okay, pass the doobie to the left-hand side. A game where it's like hot potato. You have the doobie, you need to pass it to the left-hand side. You can only pass it to someone who is on your left. So when you've got the doobie, everybody's trying to get on your right. Blank. Blank check, blank slate, blank face, like a kind of poker face kind of thing. So what would be a thing where you have to keep a poker face? What hidden information would you have? Or maybe it's okay, a poker game where all the characters, it's a digital game, all the characters have blank faces and there's AI which determine how they would feel about certain hands. And you go through, you can look at everyone's cards at the beginning of the game, like in the first few rounds, you can draw faces on people to correspond to how you think they feel about the hand that they have. And then you play the game of poker against a computer, and all the other computer players, like if they have a hand that would trigger the emotional state that they had first time around, they will have the expression that you drew on, but you don't know exactly what set of rules created that emotion. You just know that whatever they have in their hand will trigger the same set of emotions. So they might feel that way because they have pocket aces. It might feel, it might be because they like hearts or something, and you don't know, so you have to try and figure out what people have by the faces. Historic. A game played in the old ruins of a castle. I want to do it something using the real ruins of a castle so you can climb up on it and everything. Maybe we attach a bunch of rope bridges and things like that to an old ruined castle and run around with Nerf guns shooting each other, because it'd be fun to crawl up that space. Or maybe there's a bunch of different things on the side of the walls that you need to touch, but you're not allowed to touch the floor. Premiere. Red carpet. You're walking down the red carpet. The flashes are disorienting. So, every time you get flashed by a photographer, you start to wobble, your vision becomes blurred and things like that, and you need to figure out your path towards the premiere of the movie, while it's stay on the red carpet basically, don't walk into the crowd. Mirrors. Oh, I'd love a first-person shooter that takes place in a hall of mirrors, so you can't quite tell exactly where everyone is. But maybe you fire laser beams that bounce off the mirrors, and can hit each other, bounced off of mirrors. Hewlett-Packard, they make printers. So it's like a Turing test, but like reverse Turing test for printers. So you get given a document and you need to recreate it using a biro and then send a photo back to the person who sent it to you, and you get points if the person, like, how long does it take the person to go, was that drawn with a biro? Hello, it's Monktastic. Thanks for joining. Right, strongly. You measure the force at which you do things. Street Fighter had buttons that would do different attacks depending on how strongly you pressed them. The problem with that, it is exhausting, it's fantastic. So the problem with doing it like that is like everyone just hit the pads really hard, because heavy attacks seem to be the best. So what if there was a game where there was something precise that you had to do, like surgery or something, but like by, so your strength of touch, it mattered. It had to be a certain amount. Couldn't be too strong, couldn't be too soft, and that would change. Or maybe a rhythm action game that detects the difference between strong and soft touches. Table. You play as a table, and you can control one leg at a time, by which I mean there's like a family dinner happening on you, and your legs are moving around, and there's only one of them that, like, 3 legs are being controlled by AI. One leg is being controlled by you, so you need to move around one leg at a time so that the table does not fall over. Trash. Trash, rubbish. Be a bin man, going out, collecting the rubbish. Maybe you need to sort through the rubbish to find recyclable materials and non-recyclable materials. And of course they're all physics objects and have different shapes and textures, and you have to try and figure it out. Hi Tim, good to hear from you. Yeah, I thought that was you, but I wasn't entirely sure. Yeah, thanks for popping along. I've still got like 850 of these to do, so apologies if I don't chat too much, but thank you very much for popping by. Really good to see you, and we should catch up sometime. Anyway, urban, something that takes place in a city or has to do with a city. SimCity 2000, City Skylines. Okay, no. What if it was a game like SimCity 2000, which is about city building, but instead of like it's you who builds the city, like, what if the city's already there and you have to regenerate it? And that might involve demolishing some buildings, and then you have to deal with the consequences of that. Embedded. I probably am going to watch this all back afterwards, and I bet I'm going to remember Zero. Robin has just suggested that everyone wears turbans, and yeah, why not? Okay, do it. Embedded. What would be embedded in what? Oh god. If the buttons, if you had a controller, basically any kind of game with a controller, and the controls are like embedded into a piece of wood, so you can only press the buttons by sticking like a pencil or a cocktail stick into them. So you can't you can't use it like this. You have to like push stuff into the holes. Newspapers. A game where you have to build kites out of newspapers to fly them over the border to North Korea so they can have news. And the different news that they get over the border will cause different things to happen. So you are trying to topple the Korean dictatorship by flying newspaper kites over the wall to North Korea. Initiated. I just saw Robin put and you play it on bed, and I could not remember which bit he was talking about, and I was like, oh, embedded. It'll be fun to make a game using a bed. Initiated. Initiated. So what, like hazing rituals or something like that? Like they have at universities, or well, they shouldn't have at universities. But like for secret societies and things like that. So, like, what if there is one of these kind of initiation rituals and you're trying to get out of it without having to actually do, like, the horrible forfeits or something? So yeah, like, for each of these things there is a different way to avoid it. Search. A game played using Google searches. So you have to, like, there's different words and phrases that will trigger the commands that you use to play the game. So say, okay, let's say it's Donkey Kong, you got left, right, up, down and jump. And every 30 seconds a phrase will be chosen. And you need to type into Google a word that is something that will cause that word or phrase to appear in the search results, in order to activate that button press. Female. Games about women being women, the female of the species, female kangaroos carried their young in their pouches. What else could you carry in your pouch if you were a female kangaroo? Maybe you're a kangaroo with a bunch of tasks to do, and you have to carry things in your pouch in order to do them, but you always have to make sure that your Joey is safe and fed and all of these things. Port. Pass the port to the left hand side. Port. Port. You got some port? Okay, you do have to pass it to the left hand side, but you also have to drink the port whenever you get the port, and that causes you to like fall over and things like that. So now it's harder to get to onto people's right hand sides because you are getting progressively drunk during the course of the game. Phone. What would you... A game that you would use a phone for. Whatever next. Okay, no, a rotary phone. Like, what could you control using a rotary phone? Like the rotary bit. I like the way it turns. So I want to say like the steering wheel for a car. You are racing those... you're racing those like toy phones with the with the handle, the plastic receivers, you know, and the smiley face and everything. And the way that you steer them is by turning the dial on the front of the phone. I will point out the reason I pivoted to female kangaroos is because I was thought, okay, a game about female like that, like, I think it's going to... I realise 2 hours into this I'm getting slightly delirious, and it's going to be, like, very easy for me to say something, like, ridiculous, and I don't want to end up saying something that sort of suggests something about what it means to be female, and that because, yeah, I have no experience of what it means to be female. So I thought, well, you know, can I turn this away from, you know, that kind of discussion, because I think I am 2 hours of straight talking, I am getting slightly delirious, and I think I'd probably say something like embarrassing that I probably wouldn't agree with on retrospect or something like that. Anyway, yeah. Cool. Onwards and upwards. Core. Yeah. Oh god, because it's, yeah. Core. Core. A core game is like Call of Duty or Halo or Assassin's Creed. So what if you made a game that was the most core game possible? So it's got shooting, you play as a burly space marine, and you have to secure waypoints. And there's DLC. Yeah, that's an idea. There we go. Said Core Blimey would be a much better thing to go for. However, I've already pressed the red button. So, label. Oh, okay. You know those labels with the hello, my name is? So, it's Guess Who in a room full of people walking around with, like, hello, my name is labels on, and you have to, like, when you eliminate people, you need to remember which names are eliminated, but you need to find them, and you need to remember which name corresponded to which person. Click. Like this. Some people can't do this. And maybe that's a thing. A game where you play as a hand, and you have full articulation using the whole QWERTY keyboard and knobs and levers and things like that. And you have to try and click your fingers using this weird simulated hand. Messages. Messages. You have received messages from outer space. What are they telling you to do? They are telling you to... You receive messages from outer space, and they're telling you to go into different bits of the cornfield and stuff like that, in order to meet with the aliens. But the aliens don't use the same words for stuff that we do, and they've got, like, some of their English wrong. So they, you know, like, we call it a cornfield, but they'd call it an igloo. And you have to figure out, like, which bits of the alien language that they have got wrong, so that the aliens can find you. So you can have your meeting with the aliens. Handheld. Okay, a game played on a rubber hand with a screen built into it. So it's like a Game Boy, but it's a rubber hand, and the buttons are pulling and twisting and bending the different fingers in different ways. Come on, we already had incident singular. Incidents. Maybe that's the sequel to the game about incident. Incidents. Angles of incidence. So you're shining beams into different gems and crystals and bits of glass in order to make the beams go around in different patterns. Ranges. Ranges. Oranges. Ranges. Oranges. Ranges. I'm thinking to do with maths, where you take surveys and you get the highest and lowest. And maybe you're assassins and you're trying to make everyone the same. And it's like kind of Top Trump style. You will be given a metric that that people can differentiate on, and then you need to assassinate someone that is on the upper or lower end of that metric, so that by the end of the game everybody is average. Labour. Also, it doesn't have a U in it. This is an American list. So, what is the significance of you not being there? I want to say that's a game about being a boss, where you are getting a bunch of people to work for you, and what are they doing? Oh, it's like Secret Boss, where you are the one giving the orders, but the other workers in the game are not allowed to realize that you're the one issuing the orders. So maybe you have to make excuses like going to the bathroom or something like that. Smooth. Smooth jazz. What if there was a rhythm action game where instead of being judged on like getting everything in perfect timing, you got judged on how well you could kind of play around with that timing and mess with it and be like, play with the rhythm and stuff like that. So and maybe we have sort of some kind of we train the AI that judges your score so that it kind of builds up a picture of what is a satisfying way to play with the rhythm and scores you on that. Indirect, I feel like we've had already, but hey ho. Indirect. 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 So, you have to give someone directions, but you're not allowed to mention certain words, like up, down, left, right, north, south, east, west, forwards, backwards. And every time you give someone a direction, you are not allowed to use the keywords from that set of directions. And you need to get someone from a location to another location. Wish list. You have to make a wish list of stuff that's worth £10 on Amazon. Then get people to buy it for you, and then sell it on eBay, and your score is how big of a profit you can make. And you lose a penny from your score for each day you go without beating the challenge. Paintball. Well, paintball already is a game, so let's go for a ball of paint. Oh, what if you're drawing pictures with, like, you've got a physics sphere rolling around and that's leaving a trail of paint wherever it goes, and you're trying to draw different pictures by tilting the landscape around to make the ball roll around. Surrey! What game would be set in Surrey? Surrey, I guess, is a kind of southern county. I don't know, I picture it being kind of posh. I'm guessing that's where the Queen lives when she's not in Buckingham Palace. She goes to Surrey and tries to become a commoner. So the Queen goes to Surrey, you are the Queen, and you are in Surrey, in a Surrey village, and you are trying to blend in without anyone realising that you're the Queen. Electoral. Electoral. The electoral register is you have to acquire everyone's details from the electoral register, and send leaflets for a fake party, and maybe have, like, you get a point for everyone who comes to the website, and everyone who comes to the website, you get a point for everyone who goes to certain bits of the website and things like that. Judge. Floppy Judge's wig. Could you put motion sensors in that, and have a game? You control it by shaking a wig around, and it's a game where you are a wig in the real world, kind of like I Am Bread or something, trying to move around and do different tasks. Maybe you're trying to get onto different people's heads. Ladies. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this weird live stream. All my single ladies, all my single ladies, all my single ladies, all my single ladies. Okay, a game about the single ladies dance. And if you like it, then you should put a ring on it, and you're going, you got hands doing that, and you've got to put rings on them. And maybe there's all these different tasks going on during the single ladies dance that you need to interact with the dancers on. The only one I can think of is trying to put a ring on a hand that's going like that. Maybe you're dropping it from above. We'll work on it. Sony. Sony, they make speakers, they make PlayStations. What about a game where you are trying to operate a Sony games console, like a Sony PlayStation from the inside, and you've got all the different bits, like, so imagine like the thing that makes a CD spin round, you have to spin like a thing round and round to make that turn, and maybe there's different bits of data you need to move around, so you're running around, you're a tiny little man inside of a Sony PlayStation. Thriller, a game about the Thriller dance. The Thriller dance. What do you do in the Thriller dance? You dance to Thriller. What if you mapped all the, used Kinect and mapped all the different movements from Thriller into a game. So you had to do the Thriller dance in Kinect. Sorry, that's not a better idea. Reflect. Okay, let's go on reflecting on ideas. On reflection, um, could you have a game that you play through to its end, and then when it's finished, you go back to the beginning and you do the same thing again? Some of the moves you have taken are locked in time, but some of them you can do differently because you have reflected. Speeds. Okay, the film Speed, where the bus can only go at a certain speed. It has to go over 50 miles an hour. What if you have a massively multiplayer online driving game where everybody is driving different buses and everybody has a different speed that they need to keep their bus at. And of course, if you bump into a bus, that's going to slow you down or whatever, and it might speed you up. Yeah, try not blow up your bus when there's lots of other buses. Release. I want to make a game about escapism, not because a lot of games are about escapism, but not about escape artists, like Houdini. What if it's a game where you are Houdini, and maybe you control his different limbs and fingers and things. Maybe you can zoom in really close on a bit of his body in order to get him to manipulate something to escape from the padlock, straitjacket, chains and everything. Continental. Continental, the first thing I thought of was breakfast. So making a continental breakfast would involve frying an egg and bread and toast and jam. Okay, so here's an idea that just popped into my head. What if you had a continental breakfast and you tied the rolls to the bottom of your feet and you buttered them and you put jam on them and then you run around the hotel leaving jam footprints? I don't know what the game is here, but it's the start of something. Ceiling. Oh god, a game where you are climbing on the ceiling, like Hang Tough in Gladiators, where they all had to hang from the ceiling and swing from ring to ring, and it was called Hang Tough. And what would be the game? Could we do a digital version of that? That's kind of boring. But what if there were certain waypoints that you were playing that in real life, and there's certain waypoints that you needed to reach or something, because you're hanging from the rings, what can't you do while you're hanging from the rings? Side. A side of fries, five-a-side football, a football game where you play as the entire side at once. So instead of, you control one footballer and the other footballers are controlled by AI, you control 11 footballers all at the same time. They all do the exact actions that you put in. Maybe even the manager and the subs all do the thing as well. So all 11 players are being controlled at once. Rated. This film is rated R. This film is rated R. You're trying to sneak into movies. You are a kid and you're trying to get into the cinema without paying, and you get bonus points for because you're rated on how cool you are according to the other kids in your group. So they need to see you sneaking into R-rated movies and things like that. Jeffrey. Jeffrey was the human in Rainbow. Um, so what would a game about Jeffrey the human from Rainbow be? It would be a game where you are Zippy, Bungle, and George. I'm glad I chose to go into more detail and being okay with a game where you play as Jeffrey from Rainbow. Done. Why? Who is Jeffrey from Rainbow in this game? What is going on? Maybe it's like Five Nights at Freddy's, with the rainbow puppets. Except I don't like the idea of okay, they're just coming to get you. Like, why? You're Jeffrey from Rainbow. Ooh. Jeffrey from Rainbow, what is he gonna do? Is it a horror game? Is it an RPG? I want it to... Okay. It's a horror game. And, you have to go inside Zippy's mouth, but first you have to find the zip, and then you go inside Zippy, and it's another world. Because it's like they're puppets, but what is inside Zippy from the bottom? And maybe that's it. Maybe you are just wandering around a set of Rainbow during an episode of Rainbow, and maybe it's all going on as if you weren't even in the room. Like, they're presenting to cameras as if there's children at home watching them, and you're like, but we're not filming today. Is this all automated or something? And you go on this kind of surreal trip, during this episode of Rainbow that you're just walking around in first person. So Gone Home, but if Gone Home had Zippy, George, and Bungle wandering around in it, teaching kids about, friendship and things like that, and they just paid no attention to you even being there. Compile. A game where you play as the compiler for some code. So you get some instructions through, and you have blocks that you can move around to turn them into to machine code. So that you have these little robots that run around or something, and you have to attach them. Yeah, do you know what I mean? You get a set of instructions, turn it into code for a bunch of virtual robots. Circular. So, what's a game where things aren't already circular? Tetris. So how would Tetris play if it was a bunch of circles and ovals falling down that you had to slot into, and you got full 360-degree rotation on them, and you had to slot them into position, not to get a perfect line, but to get something that's close enough. Clouds. You look up at the clouds and they start to look like things. What if they're fluffy? What if they bounce? What if aeroplanes couldn't fly into clouds? And you have to plan these routes for aeroplanes to fly through, knowing that the clouds will move around and it might become overcast, so they're above the clouds and now they can't land. So you have to plan the route and then fly it without bumping into any clouds. Okay. Right. Expanded. The Star Wars Expanded Universe. What if there was a game where it's an RPG, like a pen and paper RPG, where you flick through a Star Wars Expanded Universe book, and you pick the first, like, you stick your finger down, and the nearest character to that finger is your character. And over the course of an hour storytelling, you have to embody that story character that you know nothing about, except for what you can vaguely glean from flicking through this Expanded Universe Star Wars book, and try and create a compelling story out of it. Clothing. I'm thinking, you've got the phrase of people who wear many hats. So what if you had to wear many hats? How many hats can you balance on your head without them falling off and go about your daily business? And you are kind of scored and judged based on the number of household tasks that you can do with so many hats. Initiatives. Funding initiatives. Roll for initiative. Initiatives. What are you trying to do? In a game all about initiatives, you have to initiate things, you have to... a game of teaching people to play games. So you have to, you have a bunch of rules, and you have to teach them to a set of people so that they can play the game. But you are not scored, or judged, or whatever the game thing is. It's not about the actual playing of the game. Your ability is how many times do they need to ask for help over the course of that game. Swingers! Okay, let's keep this family friendly. I'm the king of the swingers now, Jungle VIP. You are the orangutan from the Jungle Book, and you know that bit where he shoots bananas he shoots the white bits out of bananas with his feet. What if you have to do that? It's a first person shooter, but you squeeze bananas with your feet. You're King Louie, and you can't stop singing. Vitamins. Vitamins. B12. What does vitamin B12 do? Vitamin D is the one that you get from sunshine. And you are in a world with an erratic sun, which keeps on, moving to different parts of the sky, and there's different bits of shadows. You are a plant person, and you need to go to run around between the different bits of the world that are, sunlit, so that you can photosynthesize. But the sun's moving around a lot, so what is in shadow and what is in light is constantly changing. Celebration. Celebration. You want to put on a big carnival parade, and you want to get lots of people in the carnival parade, and you want different people doing different things, but you want them all to be timed, and maybe people start wandering off, so you need to get them back in line or something. And kind of thinking, the characters that you would have in this parade have kind of the mentality of kittens or something, in that they will just wander off in their own direction, so you need to keep the parade in line and everybody doing the same thing. Factor. A game to do with times tables, where you are splitting up numbers into factors, and maybe there are number boxes, and like numbers come down and you need to pull them apart into their factors. Like you can kind of, you've got a magnifying glass and you can see all the bits that they're made of and pull them out like a kind of like, so 35 is a molecule made of 5 sevens or 7 fives, and maybe you switch between different magnifying glasses that allow you to see the factors that make something up. Like, so there's a 5 magnifying glass, there's a 7 magnifying glass. Analysts. You got a bunch of analysts analysing something, and you have to SimCity, but instead of getting data on what's actually going on in your city, you get the data on what analysts predict will happen to your city in the next 100 years' time. William the Conqueror. William the Conqueror sailed a boat over to England to claim the throne. It all took place on the Bayeux Tapestry. What if you had a game that was maybe like a platformer, shoot 'em up kind of thing? I don't know, but it all took place on the Bayeux Tapestry, so everyone looks like tapestry people. Like they're half the size of the view, so they're abnormally large. They move awkwardly. The physics is all wrong because it's like tapestry physics. Maybe you can fold different bits of the tapestry together so they're neighbouring each other. So it's like, William needs to attack Harold with a sword or something, and Harold's over here on another bit of the story. You pull them both together, and now Harold can attack William. Genius. Tribunal. Oh god, I would like a court case. Like a courtroom drama kind of game would be cool. I've never played Phoenix Wright. My understanding is they're more like detective games. Maybe I'm wrong on that. What would be a kind of court case like? You need to find the arguments that are going to make someone crack, like A Few Good Men or something like that. You need to, like, what are the things that you can say in order to get someone to get to the point where they go, you can't handle the truth. Married. Okay, a game where you get married. Maybe you've forgotten the ring or something, and you have to find the ring somewhere in this world before it gets to that bit of the wedding. Reports, school reports. You are a student and you have been given the task of getting a very specific school report. You need to get like an F in geography, an A in history, a C in RE, a D in sport or something, and then you go through your school day and you can do all different things, and you are trying to engineer your, like, by doing stuff in school, you're trying to engineer the perfect student report. Empire. A game like Civilization or something, where you have to what would you do in a game about Empire? I mean, there's so many of them. Civilization, and like so many war games. Roman Empire. What have the Romans done for us? They built the aqueduct. a game on the edge of the Roman Empire where you are... Oh! Or what if a game where you're Caesar? And all the people are coming to kill you. It's like, you too, Brutus. And you have to try and avoid being killed. I am about to hit the thing. I need to go to the loo, so I will be back. BRB. We'll try and leave here so that you can know that I'm... what's going to replace me is this little cuddly egg. There we go. I'm back. Thank you, Egg. Right, so, what comes after Empire? Choices. A game where you have to make choices. What do you choose? Daddy or chips? Choices. I mean, so many games, that's like choices. Games are practically made of choices. What does it mean for a game? What would a game about choices be? What if the choices that you made in one game affected the set of choices that could be made by someone else in another game? So, you know, it's like, Bioshock. Do you kill the little girl or do you save the little girl? And it's like, in someone else's game, that's going to have a ripple effect where someone may, it will eliminate that choice from someone else's version of the game. Like, they'll only be able to do the opposite or something. That's it. It's a narrative game where the other people who've been through that story, every choice is used up by them. So once they've chosen that, you can't do that choice, and then you are only left with those choices that are left available to you. Closely. A stealth game where instead of not being doing an assassination or something, you just need to stay as long as you can really close behind someone without them noticing that you're there. Reasoning. it's a game where you have to convince someone. You come up with like, yeah, you got a deck of cards which are questions beginning with why, and you each have to come up with an answer for why, and the most convincing sounding one wins. Or maybe the funniest one. It's kind of like Bucket of Doom or something like that. Incredible. So Mr. Incredible. My show is called The Incredible Playable Show. The Incredible Hulk. Well, incredible means unbelievable. So it's a game about like finding facts. This feels like another card game, another kind of parlor game, like Bucket of Doom or Farm Employed or something like that, where you have to come up with a story that no one will believe, even though it's true. String together a sequence of events, maybe have events on cards or something that, you have to have a situation which no one would believe is true. Maybe true facts on the back of cards or something. Okay. It's an idea for an idea, I guess. Ship. Ship shape. Ship shape. You have to build a ship that will float and will take your passengers to another part of the world or something, and you'll sail the seven seas. But the parts that you use are awkwardly shaped. They don't necessarily fit together. Maybe some of them will kind of spontaneously combust during the voyage, so you need to place other ones on there. It's a ship that is literally falling apart as you're sailing, and you need to keep it watertight. Global. What would be a game that is played around the whole world or that uses a globe? Maybe a game where you are rolling around a globe, a giant football, and whichever country is facing upwards is currently selected. Or maybe you have a ball that you're spinning around and there's like laser beams pointing at different bits of it, and you need to try and get it so that the laser beams are not pointing at any countries. Festivals. Festivals. Finding spaces to pitch tents at festivals. So what if you had a music festival and you are trying to pitch a tent, and you need to angle the tent perfectly or something, but the landscape is going to change because the pulses generated by the music cause stuff to fall apart, and you need to keep on pitching and repitching your tent and moving it around. Thermal. Okay, a game played using a thermal imaging camera that detects hot and cold, and you need to, raise and lower bits of the landscape by making some areas of the camera hot and some areas cold. So again, something kind of like Populous or something like that, but controlled using heat. Biographies. I want to get like a bunch of famous people from encyclopedias and make articles about them, and a tabletop RPG where you play as like famous people from the encyclopedia, so you've not heard about them before, and you're figuring them out as you go. I guess that's basically the same as the Star Wars idea. Vulnerable. A game where you have to be vulnerable. A game where people can ask you searching questions and you give yourself a point if you gave them an honest and truthful answer. That feels like something that would ask meaningful questions. There's got a lot of kind of boundary stuff in that. That's interesting. Partner. Partner. Is it a romance game? Is it a cowboy game? Partner or dancing game where you are doing ballroom dancing with a kind of android kind of thing, and you need to dance with its rhythm. Maybe you can't hear the music, you can only feel its movements, and you need to try and respond accordingly to anticipate what the music is. Clearance. Clearance is the amount of space above a lorry as it goes under a tunnel. So what if it's a driving game with a bunch of tunnels, and sometimes you want to knock the top off of your lorry, sometimes you don't. Maybe stuff grows and shrinks on the top of your lorry, so you're always changing shape, and you're having to pay attention to, like, okay, which tunnel should I go through based on, do I want to destroy the top floor of my lorry, or do I want it to save it? Para. I mean, that's just a prefix. Paragliding. A paragliding game. A game where you are in a parachute and you're trying to get to different bits and, fly down and land on the right bit. Maybe gusts of wind pick you up. Maybe you have to avoid birds. Maybe there's thermals that you can fly in. Paragliding game. Slow. So what is a game that would be played really slowly? Like a long, slow movement. So what if, a driving game where you are in a very slow vehicle, and you want to move it as slow as possible without it stopping. It's like Speed, but you get money for the longer it takes you to get to the destination, and the speed that it can't go over, that it can't go below, is near zero. I'm scratching my screen because it had a bit of stuff on it. Uzbekistan. I believe that is in Western Asia, near Afghanistan. I don't know much about Uzbekistan. I think I could find it on a map, and maybe that's the thing to do, that you have all the shapes of the countries cut out, and you have to rearrange them into a map of the world. Shared. A problem shared is a problem halved. So what if you have a puzzle that, like, you have 2 players, each of you has half the objective. You can't talk to each other, and you have to solve the objective. And then when you put your 2 halves of the objective together, that is when it is revealed whether or not you successfully solve the objective. Flexibility. Flexibility. I like. So it's got to be a game about squishing and moulding yourself into different positions and flinging about like you're made out of rubber. Maybe you play as a kind of wriggly worm. It's a platformer where you can kind of, you can move yourself around, kind of retract and expand, and kind of quap style movement of this, like making stuff move around. But you can also make yourself go rigid and bouncy or floppy and things like that, and you need to use that to pin yourself around the landscape. Asia is the continent. It's the biggest continent, and it's big. It's got Russia in it. It's got China in it. It's got India in it. It's Asia. What if you had a game where you played as the outline of the continent of Asia, and it's like that's your hitbox, you're a kind of 2D physics object rolling around. Maybe you can make different 3D objects by rotating it around different axes, and that is the object that you're trying to maneuver around the place. And maybe the different countries, like if you press the country on a map, it bulges, and that's what you use to propel yourself around the landscapes. Carol, I think that's like Lewis Carroll, Alice in Wonderland. So the Cheshire Cat leaving its smile behind. Could you make an AR game where there's Cheshire Cat smiles around the place, and you need to find the Cheshire Cat smiles? Maybe you're wearing HoloLens or something, and then you need to give them cans of tuna. Venue. The venue for a thing. Venue. You are putting on a rock concert, but there's no venue, so you have to find a venue in the real world. I mean, it'd be cool to, like, you've got the rules of a game or something, a rules of a location-based game or something, where it's like, meant to be played in the forest. You interact with the trees and stuff. Then you put it in a different venue, and you have to figure out how you would run that game without being in the original intended venue. Zinc. Zinc. So I'm just looking at that word and going, that's an interesting shape, which is probably telling about where I am mentally right now. We're not even a quarter of the way through. Oh god. Zinc is a metal. I think it's quite soft. So what if you were a robot made of soft metal? What if it was like Robot Wars, but all of the robots kind of deformed when you hit them, and for some reason deforming is good. So there's an escalating difficulty. Robot Wars where the robots deform. Wireless. What is a thing that would already be wired? And all I can think of is the garrote wire from Goldfinger, where the garrote wire is in the watch and he pulls the garrote wire out and garrotes someone. And I'm like, what if he brought the wrong watch? And what if he brought the wrong watch and he would have to garrote people without a garrote wire? And maybe that's it. Maybe it's a kind of Hitman game where there's all these different people to murder, but every time you use an object to murder someone, that object or objects similar to it cannot be used again. So you've used a gun, no guns can't be used anymore. You've used a garrote wire can't be used anymore. So the longer, like, these things disappear from existence. Maybe you push someone down the stairs and then stairs don't exist anymore. Yeah. Earning. A penny saved is a penny earned. Earn, baby, earn, Disco Inferno. Ernie and Bert. Earning. You have to make money somehow. You make money and you put it into different virtual funds, and these are based on real-world pension funds, and it's played over the course of many years. We track the performance of these funds and see how the currency does in the virtual world. It's not a good idea, it's an idea. Argued. So, you argued with someone, you had a big falling out, and you've got to make it up to them. Maybe this is like a dating game or something, but with the more interesting bit where you have to actually understand what it was that you did wrong, or understand how your point of view differs from the other person's point of view. Argued. I just realised I've pulled out the electricity from my computer. I'm going to put that back in. Fortunately, it's a laptop. So, yeah. I think I was close to an idea there, so... arrangement. I think we've already had, but hey-ho, this is all random. Arrangement is... Okay, so let's go for an arrangement of a piece of music. You are J.S. Bach, and you are playing the harpsichord. Could we train an AI to go, what is a satisfying like piece of music, and then you get given a MIDI file, and you need to turn that into a more satisfying piece of music. Probability. You roll dice, and the layout of those dice on the floor and what numbers are showing defines what is spawned into the world and what features are there. So it's like the location of a die is the location of a building, the number is the type of building, the colour of the die is, some feature of the landscape or something. And that is what you use to generate your world. Immigration. Wow, okay, it's right, what? And here I go again where I'm like, okay, make sure that I don't like say something that could be read like as something awful. Or maybe no. This is good. This is good because we can do something about the plight of immigrants and how difficult it is to live as an immigrant. Maybe we have a game where Earth has been destroyed, so we are all immigrants. We are all refugees from planet Earth going to live on Mars or something, and we are trying. Like they won't let us into Mars or something, and we are trying to. We're all asylum seekers on Mars. Maybe it's a role-playing... I feel like this would be great for a pen and paper role-playing game about being asylum seekers on Mars. And there's certain places that you can and can't go, but you basically play as yourself as you are now. You have to, who are you right now? Well, that person is now... travelling across space, to live in a new home, like, inhabited by aliens, and, you've got to make your way in the world. Books. That should be easy. I've already made a game about books. So, instead of shredding books, what will I be doing this time? I will be writing books. So I've been using a kind of custom printing thing for making books recently. And what if there was a game where the inputs for the game had to be on printed books? So you have to make the book, buy the book, have it custom printed, wait for it to arrive, and then that's what you use to control the game. Gonna have to think about this one for a while, but there's something in that. Villas. Villas are kind of like houses, Roman villas, a villa in Tuscany, villa. Oh god, this was so easy at the beginning. Houses. You are in houses on a vineyard, and it's grape. You have to harvest the grapes, plant the grapes, harvest the grapes. Maybe you have to pay attention to what the weather's going to be like to figure out when to harvest grapes. Maybe there's different grapes that grow differently in different climates, so you have to try and do good great. Choose the right grapes. Juice. So, being worried that I was going to say something where I put my foot in it with female, and all the things that have been coming up political, and now it feels like the app is goading me into, like, accidentally saying something controversial. Jews. But, okay, no. And here's the thing, like, and this is why, like, this is a problem. It's a problem where, talking about female, talking about immigration. Like, I don't have the knowledge to talk about, the more serious side of subjects. And, I don't know enough about the lived experience of being a woman to be able to talk about being a woman. I don't know about the lived experience of an immigrant to be able to talk with clarity about being an immigrant. And it's the same with Jews. So my first thought was like, okay, well, no, let's do something serious. Let's do something meaningful. Let's do something about the Holocaust. But, like, it's my worry, having been speaking for 3 hours straight, and this being a kind of delirium-inducing activity, that, like, I don't want to claim that I have, that I can, talk with any authority about these things, because I can't. But I can throw an idea out there. And so what would be the implication of a game about the Kindertransport? Like, and, would you play as a child? Like, would you play as, one of the adults trying to help Jewish children out of Nazi Germany? What would you do? Would you do it like The Walking Dead or The Wolf Among Us or something like that, where it's all about the dialogue options that you can choose? Would you do... I kind of want to gravitate around that. I feel like that's where the most interesting decisions, the most interesting engagement with the subject matter would come back up against, because you have to, ask serious, difficult questions. So, there we go. That's that idea. Sage. I'm thinking again about cooking with herbs. Let's make... I want a game where there's different, like, intensities of things that you can do. And so there's an intensity 1 thing and an intensity 10 thing, and there's gradations of different intensities between that. And, like, so something like, let's say, a kind of a flying game where you can't fly too high, can't fly too low. How high you fly is based on a number between 1 and 10. Which number you go for is based on, you have to eat something, and the amount of sage in it, that defines, like, how high your thing flies. And maybe you can't see the screen, so you can't see from eating the dish, you can't see where your character ends up. You just get it reported back to you. So the only way, like, you have to figure out how to control this thing. Like, you're told, you need to be below level 7, you need to be above level 5. But you can only do this, you can only interact with this by eating the food with the sage. So you have to try and figure out, like, in steps of 1 to 10, how much sage is in your food. Hate. Marmite. You either love it or you hate it. So, what would be a game that you could play with Marmite? The food that some people really don't want to eat and some people really do want to eat. Marmite on toast. One player really likes Marmite and they have to avoid eating the Marmite. One player hates Marmite and you make the character jump by biting into a piece of toast with Marmite on it. Bind. Bindweed is a weed. It grows in the place in the garden. Bind being in a bind. You can bind stuff together with sellotape or gaffer tape. Maybe that's... Oh god, I use gaffer tape all the time. What is like the virtual game like where you have to tape stuff down with gaffer tape to minimize trip hazards, and all these bits of cable start appearing over and over. You need to tape them down, and maybe there's awkward shapes that you need to tape stuff around. It's a kind of puzzle game. Maybe it gets too high, and then you put something the wrong way over it, then that's still a trip hazard. Yeah. Enhancements. Enhancements. Okay. You play as a robot and you start out with just a head rolling around, and you have to find different body parts that you can attach to that will allow you to do different things, so that eventually you can maybe start having to get out of a room, and then you need to go somewhere specific and do something like heist. You have to do a heist. Mails. Is that a... Oh no. He mails it to himself. Mailing something to yourself. What would you mail to yourself? You would mail something you want copyrighted to yourself. So what is a game which would see you mailing something to yourself? You would... maybe you've got all these envelopes, you've got amnesia, all these envelopes that your past self sent you. I've already done that idea. Well, maybe it's just emails. Emails, mail. Or maybe you're playing multiple games of correspondence chess. You get moves through the post, but you do not know which game they correspond to. So you need to figure out by what's going on you need to win these games of correspondence chess, but you don't know which moves correspond to which game. Based on a true story. What would be a video game based on a true story? What would be an interesting story to turn into a game? I would say the story of... Like, what about a Tony Hawk's game? But it's about being Tony Hawk. And it's like... And it's his life. And what if he can't... Like... So, as well as... like doing all the skate tricks and things, you need to find time to practice skateboarding. And practicing skateboarding is a necessary thing that Tony Hawk needs to do to be able to do all the awesome tricks. Matrix. So, the Matrix, you don't know you're in the Matrix. Nobody knows they're in the Matrix. You don't know what the Matrix is. You need someone to tell you what the Matrix is. So what about a game that lives within another game, and you don't know it lives within another game until you get a certain way into it? So it's like Pac-Man. What you don't realise is that every ghost you eat is spawning ghosts in a real-world first-person shooter version of Pac-Man that you are actually in right now, and you need to figure out what to do in Pac-Man to get out of Pac-Man so you can do first-person shooter Pac-Man before the ghosts that you've spawned eat you. Increased. What increases? Numbers increase. A game where you just watch a number go up and up and up. And you need to hit a button when it's at a certain point, and you've got like different measures. So it could be the number of views on a particular YouTube video. It could be something on the stock market. It could just be a clock. You've got these various things in front of you, all these different tickers, and you need to hit the button when they are at certain milestones. Subjects. We're not citizens here in Britain, we are subjects. We are subjects of the Queen. That is a pedantic thing. So what would be a game about pedantry? Because pedantry is interesting. Pedantry. So, you have to correct people's grammar without them realising you're correcting their grammar. So, you need to say or point these things out. The louder you can do it, the more points you get. So, you know, you get 1 point for a murmur, you get 10 points for saying it aloud, but you want the person whose grammar you are correcting not to acknowledge that you have just corrected their grammar. Locking. Locking eyes with someone is when you look at them across the room. Okay, you've got a dance floor full of people. You have to find a specific person. I love it. Google is responding to this for some reason. It's probably when I say okay. You have a dance floor full of people, and the people that you like, you have another person in the room who is described to you. Maybe you have on your phone, maybe you're getting an audio description, a description of that person. You need to lock eyes with that person, but afterwards you get asked who was paired up with who in the group, and if you get anything like, for everyone that you guess correctly, you get a point, but everyone who, if someone guesses you, you are knocked out, and you don't get anything. Eugene. Eugene was Eugene Levy, the dad from American Pie. He's got big eyebrows, like me. And what else? It was the dad from American Pie. So, a game about awkward conversations. Maybe you are having an awkward conversation with someone about something. I want to say, okay, what is a game about the most awkward conversation that you can have with someone, and, like, they have a help me button, like, it's like, you know, and you have to try and get as awkward as you can without them pressing the help me button. And maybe you just have an audience of people judging how close to awkward did we get. Sewing. A sewing machine. Machine learning. Sewing machine learning. What if you're trying to teach a sewing machine through machine learning, and or maybe it's a sewing machine that learns through different fabrics. You know what? You could actually no. A game which is all of these stuff I've done with, like, you know, paint and things like that. Why can't you just do that with a sewing machine? Why can't the layout of stuff on bits of fabric be a controller? And it's like, if there's red here, then A is pressed. If there's blue here, then B is pressed. And have a fabric controller. Done. Intent. We've had intentions, we've had, oh my god. Intent. A game where you're in a tent. Or you have a hidden intent. So, like, there's all these hidden role games and things like that. What about a hidden role pen and paper RPG, where it's a pen and paper RPG, but you have something that you are, a randomly selected thing that you are trying to achieve during the course of it, and you want to achieve that with no one else noticing that that's what you were trying to achieve. So, for example, you know, you're playing with your friend Gary and a bunch of other people, and your secret intent is your character needs to tell Gary's character that he's in love with him. Sleep. A game that you can play in your sleep. Like, what would that even be? Because you can have things that detect, that monitor your sleep, and yeah, maybe there's different things, events that happen in the game that are kind of timed. Maybe it's the same every night, but the nexus points where you make choices are different. And based on if you're in the, because they can detect the different types of sleep that you're in, you will have, your character will make different decisions because of the state of sleep you're in. And in the morning, you will get a story. You know, they'll all have the same setup, they all have the same things, but they will end up in different places, and it is the story defined by your sleep pattern. Islands. You got a bunch of islands around the place, and so I got a friend of mine made a, you know, he did a jam where the theme was islands, and he made a soccer band style block pushing puzzle where you're having to sail between different islands on different screens. His name's Alan Hazelden. And that is the one thing I can think about right now. And that's annoying, because this is about coming up with new ideas for games. And all I can think about is someone else's game idea. Islands. No man is an island. Okay. It's a stealth game that you play in real life on a beach, and you have to cover yourself in sand, and like you have to like jump out at kids and scare them by leaping out of the sand at them. Maybe the game is that the kids know that there's someone buried in the sand and they're looking for you, so you have to try and like be as inconspicuous as possible. Maybe the last person to get found by the children wins the game because they're the best hidden. Exhibits. So in a court case you would have Exhibit A, Exhibit B, Exhibit C. What if you played as Exhibit A? And you... Like, say you're a gun and a bag of bullets and you have a bunch of controls and you need to move around in different ways and do different things in order to convince the judge that you were the murder weapon. So it's kind of like I Am Bread, where you're a piece of bread moving around, maybe you're a gun, and you need to use your gun movement in order to convince someone that you were the murder weapon. Maybe this would work as a pen and paper RPG, which seems to be my kind of detritus pile for, like, anything where I'm really struggling with ideas. I'm going, oh, a pen and paper RPG, in the way that at one point I was doing, Sim City, but instead of being the player is controlled by AI, and instead you are blah. And it's like, if I can't even think of that, I'm going for pen and paper RPG. I'm sorry, pen and paper RPG fans, but maybe they are actually good ideas, I can't tell. Belt. The asteroid belt. The asteroid belt, or the belt around the rings around Saturn, because those are made up of asteroids and stuff. And do we have like an accurate map of what's there? Because if we did, we could make a game about golfing on the rings of Saturn, where you're trying to hit golf balls from one rock to another and get your golf ball the entire route of the way around Saturn. Somalia is in Africa. I know there's a thing about Somali pirates. Captain Phillips, is that where that's based? What can I say about Somalia? Somali pirates. And again, like, this is going on in an area where, like, okay, there's like real difficult stuff affecting real people, and I am not the person equipped to talk about that. Boats. Maybe you are just, you're sailing a fishing ship, and because you need to get your daily haul of fish, but without being attacked by the Somali pirates, or something like that. So it's a fishing game mixed with a stealth game. Singles. Pop singles. Singles chart. UK top 40. You have to get a game into the film into the UK top 40, a song into the UK top 40, and how do you do that? Do we go back to that? Okay, so the AI I keep on talking about, the mysterious AI which, judges, based on a neural network and a bunch of seed information, what good music is. And you have to try and write, like, a piece of music that gets into the top 40 in different decades. Or how about this? You are given a piece of music and a bunch of pieces of music from, say, the 2000s. And the AI knows the chartings of all the songs in the 90s. So you have to pick which 2000 song you think will do best in 1994. Yeah. Like, I hope that's clear, because I think that's an awesome idea. Relationships. Couples therapy, where you have, like, the pillow, and you can't talk unless you have the pillow. it's Alistair's got the pillow, it's Alistair's turn to talk. So what if you were a dysfunctional couple and you're fighting over the pillow? And it's like a kind of, it's kind of physics-based thing, but it's like, you know, like a fighting game, but you're not really fighting, you're trying to grab a pillow off of each other. So there's no, like, physical violence or anything beyond trying to find different ways to wrestle a pillow off of someone. Sierra Online is the only thing I can think of for Sierra, and they did point-and-click adventures. And those point-and-click adventures, like King's Quest and stuff like that. So, you know, a point-and-click adventure like King's Quest is not an original idea. An original idea would be Drag King's Quest. So it's like King's Quest, but you play as a drag king, and somewhere in the writing, the fact that you are a drag king will be relevant. Hawaiian. Again, I don't know much about Hawaii, but I do know about Hawaiian shirts. Oh my god, have I gone mad yet? Most definitely. Hawaiian shirts. Because they have, like, interesting coloured patterns and things like that. And they would make great maps to be, like, fought on. Like, say in a game of Asteroids or something where you're sailing boats around. So, like, the boats, you sail the boats around, and, like, say it's blue in some bits and red in others. I've just had "I'm so sorry" come through from Felix. Thank you very much. I appreciate the sentiment. I'm going to keep on going, keep this train going. So Hawaiian shirt, speedboats, asteroids, but they're attached to a person who's walking around in the Hawaiian shirt, and you have to keep on moving the camera so you can see where the speedboat is on the Hawaiian shirt. Course. Collision course with the sun. Thunderbird 3 is on the collision course with the sun. That was a great episode of Thunderbirds, from what I remember. I also remember, I think it might have been quite slow and boring. I was going to change course, but I actually want to make a story about that, where you've got spaceships whose engines have broken, and they're floating off into space, and you pilot a rocket, and you have to fly them around, catch the ship, and bring them back to Earth. Okay, there's some white noise in the background. Thank you for pointing it out. I'm going to try changing the audio input to another microphone. Let's see. Is this any better, or is this just as bad? Let me know in the comments. Because I think it's just a fan. I've got another microphone, but apparently it makes me sound like a robot. I mean, I could try putting in the robot one again. The quality is worse. Excellent. Right, or try, I've got other ones. This is me looking for a microphone, by the way, in case you're wondering where I am. just going to check if there's new messages. No, come back. Yeah, it was my computer fan. Let's see. Okay, what's the quality like right now? I'm just going to keep on talking so you can tell me what the quality is like right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Okay, I'll switch back to... built into the Mac. For whatever reason, the Mac keyboard has stopped working. Is this better? I'm just going to keep on talking. Yep, now it's gone. I have no idea why... Oh, maybe I do know why it was running, because like I bet it's going to start up when I put text back into focus. That's fun. Okay, well, let's see what happens. Wish me luck. Okay, next word. I'm going to grab myself some more water first. 246 game ideas. That's pretty good. Nearly a quarter of the way there. Right. Thank you very much for the help, guys. I do really appreciate it, ladies and gentlemen. Okie dokie, we are back in the room. Let's find out what comes after course. Rain. I think it is the application because I can hear the fan starting up again, so I may have to switch back and forth between like the application and the thing. Anyway, Rain. A game about rain would be that you are blowing clouds around, and you have different things. You're blowing clouds around. You've got fields full of different crops, and you need to blow the clouds around to get them big enough so that they will start to rain on the crops. But some crops don't want rain on them at different points in time, so you need to be aware of that. Next idea. Soft. Soft toys, soft drinks, software, soft furnishings, soft play. What could you do in a soft play area? So with all the big foam blocks and everything, like for 5-year-olds, could you put a bunch of buttons and sensors into the blocks that make kind of like weird light show stuff happen? Scholars are scholarly. They read books. What if you are running a library and you have to like all this stuff happens in the library while you are librarying, and you need to keep on making it a good place for scholars to come to. So it's like Animal Crossing, but you're a librarian. Combination. Combination locks. I'm imagining something about getting into bank vaults. So you need to turn the combination locks and find the combination. And when you do, you get the right combination. You can get into a bank vault, but there's more combination locks in there, and they're more difficult. Like, could we simulate the thing? Because, you know, they listen up and listen for the clicks and things. Like, how much of that could you simulate? There's a lot of kind of like lock picking and hacking and stuff, which is, you know, very gamified. How much could we make it based on realistic lock mechanisms and understanding that? Parking a car. Parking a car is a good one. You have a bunch of different cars with different control systems, and you have to control the cars, like to get them to park safely. You know, maybe some of them have square wheels, maybe some of them are square cars. Mums. Mums. You want to take all the kids on the school run. You got to drop off all the kids. It's like Crazy Taxi, but with school children, and you're dropping them off at school, and you got to do like chores and shopping and kind of like, you know, and go to work, and you know, it's basically Crazy Taxi with children and like you know, housewife stuff and that. Children. Crazy Taxi with children again. What would Crazy Taxi be like on a children's playground and you were in those pedal cars, and you actually, if we had a real pedal car connected up to the computer, so you had to actually pedal around in a plastic like pedal car. Laptop. A laptop is what I've got here. Laptop. Opens and closes. It's a computer. Could we make a game that used the opening closing mechanism of a computer? So you have to like close it before it sees something it doesn't like, or you know, or it's like it's got to eat, so you need to close it to make it chew. I guess the way we do that is not by using the actual computer built into the laptop, but by kind of hollowing it out and putting like a Raspberry Pi or something inside there. Accomplished. Accomplished. Mission accomplished. Accomplished. Mission accomplished. So, what about the game that takes place after, like, the big thing has happened, like the day has been won, and everything? So let's take Halo, for example. Master Chief has just saved the world from the Covenant, and now has to go about his normal daily life, but he operates under first-person shooter controls. The only things that he can do are like fire guns and throw grenades and things. So he has to work out how to do normal everyday tasks using his guns. Okay, that's actually quite a good idea. I quite like that one. Pasta. It's a climbing game where you use different kinds of pasta to climb and build structures and things like that, and they all have different properties, and they have different properties that change based on whether or not they're cooked. So it could be like tying a bunch of linguini together and making a lasso which you use to climb up, hook it onto a branch or something. Honestly, that's the only one I can think of, but we'll think of others. Produces something that produces something else. A producer produces. So you're a film producer. You have to choose films to greenlight and which ones and who to bring on, like actors, directors of photography and things. How much could we do that so that their real world interactions are kind of simulated, so that rather than just being a management sim where we've swapped out X for Y, it's that a film will actually get made. Maybe that's it. Maybe, you're a film producer, there's an AI-based director of photography, there's an AI-based director, there's AI-based actors, and, there is a procedurally generated script, and then they all perform, and a film gets made. And maybe it's just you and your friends judge what the best film was. Hanging. What would be a game that you would play if you're like, say, you're hanging off the edge of a cliff. Maybe you're holding onto a tree branch off the edge of a cliff. And you've got to try and figure out your way out of it. Maybe you have different kind of like, you have to manage the resources for the amount of strength left in your left and right arms, and like you need to operate your phone and call for help and figure out where you are, while managing the various stresses and strains upon your body that appear when you are hanging from a branch. Tough. Tough could be like chewy. Like toffee is tough and chewy, so you chew a toffee. A chewable controller. Like, could you put enough kind of gum around something so that it can detect you biting down on it? What game would you play with a chewable controller? A game about eating. What about Pac-Man, but he has to chew his food properly? So you can't just eat the dots. You need to get a dot, and then find a safe place where you can chew it without being caught by a ghost. Gives. What gives? Or Santa gives. And you fly around the world delivering presents as Santa. And you throw boxes down chimneys. And it's a kind of accuracy thing. You've got to throw the boxes down the chimneys. And maybe there's like, people who don't have chimneys and you need to find other ways in or throw it through their windows or something. Maybe there's people who don't celebrate Christmas, so you need to give them like something else or presents or disguise them as something else. I don't know. Or I don't know. I'm getting too into the weeds on that, but basically Santa throwing presents down chimneys. That's the main thing. State. Deep state, state of decay, state of mind. It's a game where you have a character, like it's like an action game or something. Let's just say first-person shooter. Just throw it out there. First-person shooter. You have a character who has a single state of mind, and you need to keep that single state of mind going, so you have to role play them as well. So if they're an angry character, everything they need to do needs to be angry. So they need to be shooting everything all the time. If they're calm, then, they don't shoot at all, or they take a lot of time before shooting. Like if you shoot something quickly, then that's bad role playing and you'll be penalised. Composite. okay, a racing game where you race as animals, but the animals are like you don't have an animal that you know, like we do zebra versus horse versus giraffe versus hippo and things, and they're having a running race, but you don't race an individual animal, you race a composite of many different animal body parts that you have to mash together and turn into a new animal. Mandate. A mandate. You have something you have to do. It's like, you know, the party mandate and all that. Mandate. It's another manic mandate. Christ alive, this is a tough one. Okay. Oh, okay, so it's a politics game, and you have to enact policies and things like that. There's stuff that you have to do, but you have a secret objective, which is the thing that you personally want to achieve. That could be something absolutely ridiculous, like by the end of your term, everyone wants, you know, everybody should be eating 10 bananas a day or something. And you have to try and make that thing happen while you are Prime Minister, but while following the mandate that has been given to you by the people, when there's certain things that you have to do, or you will be cast out of government. Fastest. So what would be the fastest racing game that we could possibly make? I mean, that feels just like a challenge. What would be the fastest racing game you could possibly make? And I don't mean like fastest as in, you know, because like you can just put a bigger number or something. Let's set a limitation. We want to use like real world sized cars, real world sized roads, and real world style road layouts. And what is the fastest you can make those cars go and still have it be fun? Licenses, and that is the verb there, because the noun has a C. Licenses, so to license someone to do something, to license to kill. So you are M, you have 5 bonds active on a mission at once, but only one of them has a license to kill, so you have to decide at each point in time who gets the license to kill, and that will cause them to behave in different ways. And, you know, so it's like, okay, one of them is in a room full of bad guys. Okay, I'll give that bond the license to kill. Okay, I've got 2 bonds in rooms full of bad guys at the same time. I need to make a judgment on which bond is going to survive this and which bond needs the license to kill. Pledge. I don't know, like a telethon, a pledge drive or something. So, you are trying to encourage people to pay money to a thing. Maybe you do it all on Twitch or something and you have multiple channels. Oh, bless me. Multiple channels running at once. And multiple channels running at once, and people only have so many tokens in the system that they can give to each of you. So you have to try and do some kind of show or performance or something that is going to encourage them to give you more stuff than anyone else. education. So, you are a teacher trying to teach a class. There's disruptive kids. You have to try and teach a class, to do all the stuff and convey the message. Like, you can't let the disruptive kids become disruptive, but there's some things that you can do that, depending on the behavior of the kid, that will make them more destructive. Some things will make them less disruptive. Like, some kids want to be paid attention to. Some kids want to just avoid doing maths. And so you have to understand their intentions so that everyone in the classroom can get an optimal learning experience, and they are measured on how much the knowledge the students retain or how distracted they were. Jeff. Jeff is the boyfriend from American Dad. Jeff is a stoner, does hacky sack, lives in a van, and he knows that Roger's an alien. That's why he gets sent to, just discover that Roger's an alien, and that's why Roger gets rid of him, and that starts a whole thing. So maybe that's it. You are, a bit a dropout stoner type character who has seen an alien, and you need to convince the people who in charge that you have seen an alien. And you need to assemble the evidence. You need to find the evidence so that you can present it to people and say, look, I have evidence that there is a real alien. 0. Absolute 0 is the coldest temperature. 0 is a weird kind of nothing number, because it's like, well, it's nothing. How can 0 be something? So what would be a video game about nothingness? A game where you play as nothingness, where you play as a black hole and need to eat, what about a game with nothing in it? A game that actually is like an executable that does nothing, but the marketing for it and the pitch for it and everything, that's like a whole thing. That is, it makes it sound like there's going to be so much in this game, and it's actually just an empty, barren void. And, I think as a designer, what you want to do is kind of create, the expectation that there is something there, you just haven't found it yet. And so people won't just, aren't going to go, oh, this is just a blank screen. Maybe they see stars or something that they feel like they can move towards, but those stars never get close enough to land on. They're floating through space in nothing. It's like, imagine No Man's Sky, but you couldn't land on the planets, and the planets all look the same or something. Onion. Okay, I want to make a game about eating an onion, and getting bad onion breath. I want to make, in the real world, I want to get people physically eating onions. What is the game that would get people to actively, physically eat an onion? What would that onion need to be connected to, or what? Or maybe it's the weight of onion or something is determines something, and you need to get that lower, or maybe it's like a connecting cycle thing, or maybe you just police it by watching it. But if there was like a racing game or something where you had to maneuver your craft by eating different onions. Maybe there's a left onion and a right onion, and you have to eat the onions. So there's this kind of like interplay of I want to do well, but I don't want to eat an onion and get bad onion breath. Maybe there's some kind of social situation attached to this that makes it meaningful that you have bad onion breath. The Dominican Republic is in, I think it's the northern part of South America. I don't really know much about it, but it's in South America. It's kind of tropical climate and jungles. I want to make something where you can hide around in the jungle, and try and not get spotted. Like, what about a stealth game which was entirely about visibility? Like, you are spotted if you are visible, and there's no like AI things. It's just people, and they are camouflaged in the jungle trying to look for each other. Authorized. You need to get somewhere where you are not authorized. You need to get into Area 51. And you can disguise yourself as different people. Maybe you can disguise... You're trying to get into an Area 51 by faking an alien spaceship crash. So you need to set up all the things that you need to do in order to do that, and then lay that out. Is that a pen and paper RPG? Is that a digital game? I don't know. Flows. So you want to get into like multiple different flow states at once. Like, you know, there's the flow state that you get into from a rhythm action game. There's a flow state that you get into during Tetris. There's a flow state that you get into when you're playing jazz. And what if you had a game which had all these kind of inputs and things, and then you get to a point where you're doing so well at it that you're doing so well at it that you are in flow. Like the flow of going between from flow state to flow state is now in flow as well, so you're in like super flow. Camping. A game about being out in the woods in a tent, and there's shadows and scary things appearing outside the tent. And if it's like mundane, you don't want to bother it. If it's a monster, you want to go out, you want to like shoot it or something, and so you need to watch the shadows on the on the fabric of your tent in order to figure out what is okay to kill. Finding Nemo. Oh, no, that's not bad actually. You're a fish swimming around in an endless ocean, and there's one specific fish that you're looking for, and you need to find that one specific fish. That's not bad. I quite like that. Tomato. You play as a tomato, and you're in a kitchen, and someone wants to chop you up and make a salad out of you, and you need to get away, and you can roll around and you can bounce around the kitchen, and you can hide inside the kettle and inside the microwave and behind like things. But this giant figure with a knife is coming for you, is looking for a tomato, and you've just got to evade the giant thing with the knife. Gnome. Gnome. Garden gnome. With a fishing rod. What would a fishing rod with a garden gnome? A garden gnome with a fishing rod, what would he do? He would fish for ceramic fish. Maybe you are just a garden gnome in a garden after the apocalypse and just watching everything get overgrown. And it's like the toys in Toy Story. If they never came to life because they always thought people were around, but actually it's after the apocalypse, and maybe they're just hearing, like, you know, old recordings on the radio or something, so they think there's people around and they spend the entire rest of their existence being totally still because they're toys. That with gnomes. Maybe, yeah, you're the last garden gnome after the apocalypse. Cholesterol. Cholesterol. Oh my god, could we have a game where the control mechanic for it is your cholesterol level? Or just various long-term body things like lung capacity and things like that. So the world changes every year based on a checkup with your doctor. Portrait. You know those portraits with the eyes that follow you behind the room, or the portraits in the film which keeps on changing or something? I think there's one in Mouse Hunt or something. Portrait. The face keeps on changing, and maybe you're sat in front of a camera doing different faces for people in a room, and one of them you are trying to communicate something to, like it's an escape room or something, and maybe there's things they need to find without getting spotted by the other people, but the other people aren't allowed to see you move. If someone goes, "Did that painting just move?" you lose. Oh! From portraits to paintings. You know, there's that, is in Harry Potter, the characters in the paintings can move from painting to painting. And they seem to move in perspective within these paintings as well, like they're kind of 3D worlds or something. Could you have a game that worked like that you have a character inside the screen, but they can't see where they are or what they're doing, and you have another player controlling the camera who's a person in an exhibition, and they need to go and find the painting so that the person on the screen can see the screen. Yeah. Hi, Jim. I'm glad this is Peak Alley. Thank you. Findings. We just had finding, and now we've got findings. So, okay, I'm thinking something archaeological, like Time Team. Time Team. Oh, actually no, an archaeological dig game isn't such a bad idea. Where you have 3 days to find some kind of archaeology and try and piece together what happened here. It's, like Gone Home or a lot of detective games, there's the whole thing of trying to piece together what happened here, but what happened here is determined by stuff under soil, and it takes time to get to the bits under the soil, and you can't get to all the bits under the soil. Nick Clegg, Nickelodeon TV. What about a game? Oh, there's definitely been like Nickelodeon TV games, but okay, what if it's a game like you have to pitch a cartoon show to Nickelodeon? So it's like Fun Employed or Bucket of Doom or something like that. It's one of these kind of improv type games where you have like a bunch of random sketches of characters that you can like add to and change. But you know, you've got the basic shape in that. And you need, and like traits and names and things and settings, and you need to assemble these together to make the perfect Nickelodeon cartoon pitch. Blacks. Let's go with different shades of black. As in, like, there's Mars Black and there's other things. What if the game was entirely in black? Because there's like black and white games. What about black and black games? So it's just like, you know, black on darker black, and you're trying to sort of navigate your world way around the world, but it's like the world is depicted in different shades of black. Cash. Monopoly played with real money. Or game. What game could you play using a cash machine? Like, if you could build new games out of a cash machine, and like, because they've got a monitor, they've got buttons, and they spit money out. Like, and that money, you could replace it with other bits of paper. What would it be? I want to say you've got these terminals all over the city, and it's like a maze or a puzzle or something, and you've got to go to different cash machines and type in different codes, and, you know, maybe they have messages for each other, and they give you tokens, and there's kind of QR codes, and it's like a treasure hunt where cash machines around the city are different terminals. Waterproof. I would love to make a game with real water in it. And then that's... I said chessboard with different bits of sushi, but let's go chessboard again with different things that all look like identical sheets of paper, but different things happen to them when they are wet. And so you can only move the pieces when they are soaking wet. And like, what's the... Or like, what would be like a thing that being wet would make it hard to do? Because then you have the issue of you have to choose between moving a piece. Like, you can't know everything about a board and use the board at the same time. And that makes it matter, because otherwise it's just wet pieces. Answers on a postcard. I feel like that's close enough to an idea. Parents. A game where you become parents, a game that you made for your parents. What game would I make for my parents? I would make them a game... So I have a story about games that I made, like, because there was a game I made called Shifty Trains, like back at university. If Jim is still on the stream, he might remember this one. Shifty Trains, it was kind of like, it was like Pipe Mania or something, but you had to move or like crossed with one of those sliding tile puzzles. And I made it, and my mum absolutely loved it. She played Shifty Trains for ages, and it was weird because it was one of these games that just kind of went on endlessly. But she didn't seem to mind that, and it was like the looping music was really annoying. But no problem. She just really liked Shifty Trains. And then when I made my next game a couple of years later, I wanted to make something my mum would like, and was like, I want to make something like Shifty Trains, because my mum really liked that. And I made the first version of Greedy Bankers, which is the first game I published on iPhone. And my mum never connected with Greedy Bankers. But my dad really connected with Greedy Bankers. And it's like, what was that secret sauce that one had that, one of them, my mum liked it, my dad didn't. One of them, the other one, my dad liked it, my mum didn't. And I mean, in both cases, really liked it. And they're both quite similar games in a lot of ways. And maybe, is there a game about that? About making something that will satisfy both your parents, and maybe as it gets harder, you have to satisfy more and more parents. So like in BoJack Horseman, with Hollyhock, who has like eight different fathers. Something like that, where you have to make something that will satisfy a ever-widening range of people. So make a short film or make a story that will connect to a range of people with very differing tastes. Okay. Medications. I like that we've already had medicine, and it's like, oh yeah, medications, that's a different word. Medications. You have the flu, and you have to go to work while you've got the flu, but you can't let people know that you've got the flu. It's like Lemsip. It's like in Peep Show, where he's like, where he's got the Lemsip so he can pretend that he's not ill because he's got a big board meeting, and that's what you're trying to do. It's like a stealth game, but what you're trying to hide is not where you are or the fact that you're there. You're trying to hide the fact that you're ill. Fetish. Right. I think this is the first time I'm using the veto button on that. The veto button. Come on, veto button. There we go. Vary. Very. Right. Very. A card game where the cards can change. Let's pretend that you're doing this and you have a handful of iPhones or something, or iPads in front of you, and you have your cards or something. Over time, the cards will change and evolve. It's like Dominion or something, where the cards have different rules attached to them. But as the game goes on, extra rules will be attached to the cards that you already own. So you have this kind of expectation that cards that you own will evolve in some way over the course of the game. Greater. Muhammad Ali is the greatest. How do you be greater than Muhammad Ali? That is the great question that we shall answer using this game. So let's have a boxing game. Can we use real punch bags and real boxing gloves or something? And we simulate fights with Muhammad Ali, and we use data from all the different recorded Muhammad Ali fights. So you can have a boxing match against Muhammad Ali. Maybe it doesn't even need the special controllers or something. Actually, I don't think that's such a bad idea. Have a boxing match against Muhammad Ali. That's in the thing. Lane. Stay in your lane. On the motorway. Okay, so a driving game, a sort of street racing game where you have to obey all the rules of the road or something, like, or you have to stay in the left lane as much as possible as you get. If you get spotted not being in the left lane, like overtaking someone, you will be penalised in some way or something. So every time you nip out of your lane, you have to make sure to get back quickly before the police spot you. Mode. Mode. The mode button on a calculator is the way that you access the letters. So you have to write messages on calculators for each other without all of the letters available to you. So it's there's these games where you type into a computer or something. It's like like a text adventure, but the words that you want to use, like there's like pick up something, and that something is spelt with letters that don't appear on the calculator. You've got A, B, C, D, E, F, X, Y, and Z, and P, and and those are the letters. So you have to find letters that will spell out the thing that you need to interact with in a different way. Okay. Resume. Resume. Or resume. A game where you pause. Like, what would make pausing a meaningful action? Because right now pausing isn't really a meaningful action. But like a sort of beat 'em up like Super Smash Brothers or something, where you had to pause so that your characters could rest. Spider. A game where you're a spider and you're spinning webs. I mean, this one writes itself. You're spinning webs, and you need to make different patterns with your webs, but you can only see things in first person. So you're trying to figure out roughly where you are in this web, what direction you should be going, when you should be turning, and all, things like that. Spider. Operates. Operates. Operates, like a surgeon. A surgeon operates. So you want to, do surgery with a scalpel and gut people open. What makes it difficult is you've been a surgeon, you've been doing this for a long time and you're very tired, and it's been 4 hours of straight talking, and that makes it very hard to operate on a patient. Maybe that's it. Yeah, you're a surgeon and you get like physical fatigue over the course of operating and need to adapt. HDTV. What game would be possible in HDTV that would not be possible on any other TV? A game where you are a pixel and everything in the world is 1 pixel wide exactly, it would be like Line Wobbler or something with a 1920 by 1080 array of pixel of LEDs or something, you play as a pixel and this field of stuff you have to interact with is massive, and you have to get really close to see it. Buyer. A game about someone who buys things. A game about someone who buys things. Who buys things? A buyer buys things. What are they buying? Why are they buying it? They are buying it because they are stocks and shares. Buy low, sell high. You are buying stocks and shares. And the stocks and shares that you buy will affect the economy in the world. Samoa. Is that in the Pacific? I'm sorry, these locations are really... Albany! Okay, it's an Albany expression. Albany, it's an Albany expression because that's in steamed hams. Steamed hams. So, what if it's like steamed hams, but you have to keep that conversation going as long as you can? So it's like, it's like, the whole thing about, I've never heard them called steamed hams before. It's an Albany expression. It's like, I don't think I even need to explain that. It's the steamed ham sketch, but you need to keep a conversation like that going where you're keeping on making excuses as long as you can. And if you run out of ideas, that's when you lose. It's like, it's like hesitation. The game ends when you lose your train of thought. Products. Okay, you go around a trade show, and this is going to be used one of my hypothetical AI things, whatever. You go around a trade show, and you are looking for products that are going to be the next big thing. But not the next big thing like now, the next big thing in like 1992. And we use all the records and we train an AI to try and predict as best as it can what products, train it on the actual data for what sold well and sold badly in 1992 or whatever year. And then you have to pick products and bet on how they would have done if they had existed in 1991 according to that neural network. And it's not about whether or not that actually would have sold, because I bet iPhones would have sold really well in 1991. What I mean is, would the neural network think that the iPhone would have sold well in 1991, given the information that we are giving to the neural network? Established. So, on, food and stuff like that, businesses, they have established 1999 or whatever, when were they set up? What does that mean? That means we should have a game where you are trying to set up a business in a specific year, and we simulate as much as we can of what the world was like in that year, and it's the management sim of you trying to, like, what would you do and sell, to make something fly in 1984 compared to 1894 or something. Leaving. Leaving Las Vegas. Collecting leaves. Leaving. Let's actually know. Collecting leaves is a nice one. A game about collecting leaves where you are walking around a forest and you're trying to find nice leaves. And maybe that's it. You just show your friends, like, these are the leaves I found, and what do you think of them? Do you like these leaves? Do you like the leaves I found? I'm going to need to get some food, so I'll come back and start talking about guidance after I've cooked, or maybe while I'm cooking. Let's see. Okay. I'm going to have a go at carrying on talking while I'm eating, but if it turns out too difficult, then I might stop and just enjoy my food and then get back to this. Can't believe it's nearly 5 hours. I mean, I chose to do this. This is my own decision, so... So, guidance. Honestly, this is actually quite hard to do, just spew ideas while eating. It's funny because I feel like a lot of good ideas come at the dinner table. I need to switch the oven off. But maybe it's the fact that it's a kind of challenge is what changes it. Okay, honestly, I feel very self-conscious eating, so I'm just going to go eat. I'll be back in, I don't know, 5 minutes or something. I also pulled the cable out from the computer again. Hooray for laptops! All right, I am back. Let's get the show on the road. We have done the delightful run of 301 game ideas. Let's see if we can keep this going. I think 1001 might have been a bit ambitious. What can I say? I'm a dreamer, you know. Never give up, never surrender. I'm gonna see if I can move some lights just to. I don't know if this will make anything different, but hey ho. Let's see. Move some lights around. Let's get better lighting on my face. So, guidance. A game about guidance. So, how about your missile guidance system, and you have multiple missiles flying through the air, and you need to get them to certain locations, but you've got like 30 missiles to maneuver all at the same time and give different commands to. Curtis. Who can I think of called Curtis? Adam Curtis, documentary filmmaker, British documentary, all watched over by machines of loving grace. So I can picture like a kind of make my music video kind of thing where you are trying to, you've got a narration about something and you've got to try and arrange together a sequence of stock footage, like bits of film, in order to make the video that makes Adam Curtis's point in a monologue. Microphone. So a game controlled by a microphone. You know, that's okay. What will you do with a microphone? You would sing into it. You would shout into it. You could. I mean, okay. Here's an old one I've never done anything with. Is an like a game which is controlled by the pitch that you're singing into a microphone. So the higher, you know, you sing high to make the craft move up high. You sing low to make the craft go down low. So you go whoa, woo into the microphone. Exactly. So a game about being exact. Maybe this is something where you have to do everything kind of pixel perfect. So it's like a kind of WarioWare style game where all these things happen and they're like sort of timed events where you have to time it absolutely perfectly to get it bang on the target. And like the concept of what's bang on the target gets more and more kind of difficult as the experience goes on. Assumes. So you could. What would you assume? What would require you to make a bunch of assumptions? There's some kind of like a card game or something where you've got to make like a trick or something, and all the cards are laid down in front of you, and you get some, you know, you get a subset of the cards are revealed, and then you get some information about the pattern of the cards on the table. So it's up to you to try and figure out whether or not you've got a winning hand based on what you assume to be under the cards on the table. Is that PHPBB or is that... So I'm going to choose... the side of blowing a raspberry, I want that to be like sound you have to make into a microphone in order to propel a speedboat, and you're racing tiny little speedboats around a pond, like Micro Machines or something. But you have to blow a raspberry into a microphone, otherwise the speedboat won't go forwards. Digest. So a game about food. Game about poop. What game would you make where you have to, like... Because I like this idea of a game where it's like 8 hours between the input and the output. And so if you use digestion for that, that would be really interesting. But how would you control like what gets output? Maybe you have to eat very highly coloured foods or something. And try and eat cocktails of food to make very specific things. I mean, maybe if it's virtual, we can do that. But basically, yeah, maybe you're like, you know, there's something strategic going on you need to pay attention to, and you have to eat. Your character has to eat a bunch of food in order to to create something that they would poop out later as an actionable strategy. Sight. Okay, so in all games you can kind of see, so what would it be if you had sight taken away from you? If you could no longer see, I guess there's quite a, the idea, like a shooter which is all done entirely sound-based has been done. There's been a few of them. And what if it is the sight, like second sight, like being able to see ghosts? And that's... okay, like say we've got a kind of Hitman style game or something. There's something that you need to do in secret. The ghosts are helping you out, but you can't let anyone see you speaking to ghosts. Hitman, but instead of like all the props you get given to you by ghosts, but you can't let people see that you're speaking to ghosts. Visits. Visits. So you would visit the doctor. How many visits to the doctor have you had this week? I have had 500 visits to the doctor this week. It's about sitting around in the waiting room. So maybe you are sat in the waiting room with a child, and the child is very impatient and easily distracted, and you've got like a half-hour wait to see the doctor, and you've got to entertain this child, and you've got to try and find a bunch of things to entertain the child with in the environment, knowing that the child will kind of get bored of these things quite quickly. Live cam. What game would be played on a web in this interface here? When you have someone talking through a camera and people can interact with that person on the other side of the camera. Maybe it's you, the audience, giving me suggestions. So Twitch chat gives the suggestions to the performer, and they have to act on those suggestions. But the audience is not allowed to see the moment where they segue. Like, it's important. Like, if they go, "Oh God, I have to think about this," then they're out. Concerned. A situation where you may be concerned. I am concerned about your performance at school. I'm a concerned parent. This does not concern you. Concerned. A game where you are... Okay, no, a game about concerned parents trying to ban a cartoon from being shown. and there's all the things that you have to do in order to stop your child watching, say, Itchy and Scratchy on the TV. And like, so in the short term, you're trying to stop your kid getting to the TV. In the long term, you're trying to set up all the things that will allow it to get taken off the air. Minimal. What is the game that you would play with the minimum output possible? What if it was a game like Tetris, but you had to pay for each input that you put in? You don't have to do it with real money. Maybe you just do it. There's a certain amount of currency, in the game, in the ecosystem, and you only get a limited number of moves. So you are encouraged to press the buttons as little as possible. Managed. Something like Football Manager or something, where you've got an AI which is acting as a football manager and giving you a bunch of commands. You are a computer, you are controlling a footballer, and you have to do your best to obey these commands. It's not about whether or not you win the game of football, it's whether or not after the whistle is blown, your manager says, why didn't you obey my orders? Helped. Helped. A game about helped would be a game where you are helped. Someone else helps you. Well, yeah, so take something like a shmup or something, where it's like a bullet hell game, where it's brutally hard, but there is someone with you, a buddy, with the mouse, and they can click on enemies to get rid of them. So you're having to, pilot the ship and everything, but you're having to do the shmup stuff, but your friend with the mouse is the person who has the power to choose which craft you shouldn't even have to worry about. So there's a kind of puzzle element to it as well, trying to figure out what are the right things to help you with. Button. So it's like the big red nuclear button. What if you had the big red nuclear button and maybe someone really wants to press it and you have to try and stop them from pressing the big red button, and honestly that would be quite a fun thing to play with, real buttons, and if you had a kind of a sort of simulated version of the White House or something, that would work. I quite like that one. Sense. So senses in nonsense, senses in the 5 senses. What sense? We don't really use smell in games. So what if there was a game where you had to navigate, so the controller emits smells, and you're a dog solving crimes. So you find clues, you smell them, and then you need to navigate through sense of smell in order to figure out where these different objects have come from, so that you can piece together the mystery. Palmer. Laura Palmer from whatchamacallit? God, I can't even remember the name of the show. Twin Peaks. Laura Palmer from Twin Peaks You play as Laura. You're not Laura Palmer. It's a Twin Peaks game. You're looking for Laura Palmer. I don't even know what the like. I've watched the first series and I can't actually remember what happened in Twin Peaks. But anyway, you're looking for Laura Palmer. What? It's just a detective game with the plot of Twin Peaks as the mystery. Yeah. United. Manchester United. Sheffield United. There's a lot of football teams called United. And it's like, it doesn't limit, like, it doesn't narrow down which one you're talking about. And maybe that's a thing of a football game where you play as all the teams called United simultaneously. Geological. Like strata of rock and things like that. If you had a game where you had to control like the Earth over 1,000 years, or a game like Populous with kind of raising and lowering of land masses, but once you've done that, then you can look at the patterns in the rock. Maybe there's something you're trying to do, messages that you're trying to create in the patterns of the rock to tell the world that you are there. Finally, I think it's a game which like takes place over a long period of time. So like, say like a racing game, a car racing game, but you had to race around the entire world. And maybe it's not the actual entire world. Maybe it's just a route that is the length of circumnavigating the globe. And you go through locations which are similar to those where you'd circumnavigate the globe. And it's going to take you, hundreds of hours to beat the race. And other people are racing with you worldwide. They will need to sleep just like you need to sleep. But eventually you will finally get to the destination. And, is it about who's winning, or is it more about you get to the end and you see all the other racers who finally finish their journey? Swap. What if you swap the mechanics from one game and put them in another game? So, what if you took the environment... Okay, this is similar to something I've already said, but it's slightly different. Or what if you swapped the cards from poker with Carcassonne tiles? So it's poker, but played with Carcassonne tiles. You have swapped the cards for Carcassonne tiles. Oval. Oval, egg-like, egg-related, oval. A racing game where the cars have oval wheels, so, like, they don't kind of move properly like normal cars because the wheels are oval. Stuck. Stuck. Something where you're detaching stuff made with glue. Like, what's the kind of... Like, it's the crowbar from what was it? Half-Life. He runs around with the crowbar. But what if there was a game where you actually had to use a crowbar as a crowbar? And so pry open doors and things that are stuck. That's a terrible idea. Okay, I pressed the red button, so whatever. Monitored. See, I feel like this has been done like a stealth game where you've got someone in a room looking at all the cameras, and you're running around trying to not get seen by the cameras. So like, what would be different this time around? Maybe if it's a physical thing where you actually have to physically look at different monitors, maybe there's some of them are behind you, so you can't look at everything at the same time. So you actively have to make an effort to look at all the different screens. And maybe the the stealth person is trying to shoot down the cameras when they know that they're not being looked at. Milton. Milton Jones is a comic who comes up with one-liners. So what if you had a card game that was setups and punchlines, and you shuffle them together, and it's like Snap or something, where you lay down setup, 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 and as soon as you've got a punchline that works, you slam it down, and to come up with like bad one-liners. Eternal. What is a game that would last forever? I mean, nothing lasts forever because everything decays eventually, but like, what would be a game etched into diamond? And it's like a game board is like carved into the side of a diamond, so when you hold it up to a light source, that it diffracts outwards and creates a game board on the table in front of you. There was a really interesting game I saw once that was to be played in low light because it was in a kind of gobo, which you could turn around the light source and different things would come into focus, and that was lovely. That kind of thing. Could you etch the game board into a diamond and have the diamonds interact with each other in different ways? If you put two diamonds next to each other, it creates different patterns. Religion, right? Religion. I'm struggling with ideas for this one. You play as... Okay, well, how about you're starting a new religion? You're starting a new religion, and... and what does the religion do? Maybe that's what you've got to decide. Maybe you've got to decide what the religion believes in. Or set up a set of events where that would happen. Like, it's like... yeah. So you need to create a setup where you are a prophet. Maybe it's a pen and paper RPG and there's a bunch of you trying to convince, create the most convincing religion. You're all like each other's disciples or something, but every one of you wants to be like the incarnation of God or something. So you're all coming up with ways to one-up each other on why people should follow your religion and not your friends' religions. Okay, funk. Funk and Jiggy Power. Right, what is a game about funk? See, I can picture so much imagery about funk, but I don't have any ideas for what a funk game would be. Other than, like, you'd want the rhythm to be funk. Like, you know the rhythm, you know what you want the rhythm to be like. You know what you want the the tone to be like. You know, you can picture funk. You know, something like, you know, like blaxploitation movies or something like that. You know, you want movies. You know, the theme of like people like the Human Tornado. You know, Dolomite. Stuff like that is what makes me think. You know, that it's fun. But what on earth would the game be? Um, unless what you're doing is trying to cut together. Okay, so you have a funk soundtrack in the background, and you have a whole bunch of different film clips or something, and you are trying to cut them together in time with the music to make, you know, to make a kick-ass movie. Fascinating. Fascinators are those tiny little hats that you get to wear at weddings. Fascinating is also something Mr. Spock says. Fascinating. Oh, okay. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. You are Dr. Watson, and you've got to place clues in interesting places that would cause Sherlock Holmes to get distracted. So you're planting decoy clues because Sherlock Holmes is getting too big for his boots, and he needs someone he needs to fail to solve a case to take him down a peg. So you, as Dr. Watson, are planting fake evidence to try and fascinate Sherlock Holmes so that he cannot solve the crime before the time is up. Simplified. So if you took any existing kind of game concept and simplified it, what about Grand Theft Auto with just one street? There's like one street, one building, and you do Grand Theft Auto. Boom. Disposition. I mean, your disposition is like your kind of mood and behaviour. It's okay, a kind of parlor game, where you have a hand of cards, you have a mood that you're supposed to be conveying, and maybe there's two people in the group. You've got 4 players, there's you, there's 3 others. 2 of them, you want one of them to figure out what mood you're expressing, while the other 2 have no idea what mood you're expressing. Prefers. So, okay, this is another kind of group game. Oh no, basically the idea I was going to say is split the room, the Jackbox game, and that's already been done. So, keep on thinking. Prefers. You have to set up a bunch of things in a room that someone is obviously going to touch or fiddle with or snack on or something like that. And you have to bet on what you think a mystery guest to your party, it's the next person to walk into the room, what do you think they'll go for? So say, you put down 2 bowls of crisps, you got Doritos and you got Pringles. Which one will they dip their hand in first? I think Jeremy is going to take a Pringle first. And you set up a whole bunch of things and you score based on, who thinks they're going to take what first. Anger. Don't Look Back in Anger, the song. Don't Look Back in Anger. 333, that's a fun number. Anger. Okay, so you just, you want to calm someone down. Maybe it's like a first-person shooter or something, but you're not shooting people. There's all these people with guns running around, and you're trying to give them flowers and calm them down. So you want to evade fire as well as you can, but get into a situation where you can get close enough to someone to give them a flower, and calm them down. Meant. Not even sure what that's meant to mean. That's meant spelt wrong. MEANT. Manager. Have I already done managers? Like, plural. Manager. Football manager. What else could you manage that you've not managed in a game yet? Washing machine manager. What sports are done in a team that are interesting? Like motorsports, like that's interesting. Formula One manager is a thing. What else could you manage that would be interesting? Or like yachting around the world. Like you've got these worldwide yacht teams, and there's loads of people involved in that. Like, what would a management sim about a international yachting team look like? Breaking. You want to make an omelette, you got to break a few eggs. So let's make a game about breaking eggs. What's inside the eggs? Maybe you have to try and guess what's inside the eggs before breaking them, because some of them don't actually contain yolk, they contain prizes and things. Or maybe you have a load of boxes of eggs and you draw a card, or it's like a random number generator on a screen, and it gives you a specific egg which you're supposed to break. And you have to try and break that egg by throwing something at it. Maybe there's a kind of a random thing, so it randomly chooses you an object that you're supposed to break the egg with. So you have to try and throw an orange at that egg. You lose points for anything else that you break, and win points for breaking the specific egg that you were asked to break. Guests. So, guests at a party. You're walking around at a party, trying to make small talk with all the guests. Guests. Okay, so you're mingling with the guests. You need to talk to the guests. Maybe there's one person at the party who wasn't invited, and you need to figure out who they are. Maybe you play it as a social game with real people at a real party. And it's not one of you wasn't invited, but it's maybe one of you is the assassin. And maybe you, as the assassin, you have to do things like, spike people's drinks or knife them or something, and try and one of you is the detective, and you're trying to do this without the detective spotting you. Films. So a game about films. Let's I want Rotten Tomato scores. Those are interesting. That's a whole bunch of data. You get given a random set of films and you need to put them in order of Rotten Tomato score, and you have to try and get it right. Or you have to make a film in real life and get it released in studios so that it gets a Rotten Tomato score, and you're trying to make a film that gets a specific score. Kenny. Kenny from South Park, character who always dies. And you need to come up, the writers need to come up with different ways to make the character die. What if you... Kenny G plays clarinet. So could we have a clarinet simulator? Like we've got Guitar Hero and things like that. What about Clarinet Hero? What would that work like? That would be kind of fun. Real clarinet. Yeah. Oh, say someone's just suggested random number generator, then pick a few films to make what you think would be the coolest total score. I'm afraid I really want to understand that idea, but I cannot. I think I might be. The best idea for a film. Yeah, maybe you just judged what people give you. The other people in your group give you scores for the film, like likes and dislikes, and then it gets a Rotten Tomato score for the room. So you have to make pitches. You make film pitches to each other, and everybody else in the room is doing that. Anyway, Contrary. I'm onto Contrary now. Okay, could I suggest that idea for Contrary? If I can find a way to link that idea for Contrary, that will work. Thank you very much, Mobile Beard Unit. Mary, Mary, Crocantary, how do your gardens grow with silver bells and cockle shells and pretty maids all in a row? Why is Mary contrary? What has she done that is contrarian? Maybe you're someone called Mary and you're trying to grow a garden, and there's specific things that you're supposed to do, like different people want different things from the garden, and you're trying to grow the garden that will piss them off the most. Televisions. If you have a bunch of televisions and they're stacked on top of each other and you have to tune them in or something, you tune in a television and that causes another television to go out of tune, and then or you're fading in images and out images or stuff. Maybe it's like 1984 where the TV watches you, and so you want to tune in to get a secret coded message, but not linger long enough for the for Big Brother to know that you've tuned in for that long. You don't want them to see you figuring out the coded message either. You don't know when they're looking through the TV. Yeah, okay, there's something in that. Fantastic. Fantastic Four, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, Fantastic Mr. Fox. I mean, Fantastic Mr. Fox is an obvious one for a stealth game. Because you're trying to steal chickens. But okay, so the stealth thing is that you are actually a fox. And you are actually crawling around trying to steal chickens. And you're a fox. And you move like a fox, and it takes place on an actual farm. Debut novel, debut single, or like being a debutante. Debut, it's like the first thing that you do is your debut. Maybe it's a game that you can only play once, it's your first time, and there is a score recorded for that time. It was the one and only time that you played this game. You will not be allowed to play it again. And people will have their scores and things, recorded, so there is a worldwide high score, but you can only have one performance in this game, and that's your debut performance. Think. Think, don't drink and drive. Think Floyd is a Pink Floyd cover band, and you have to play Pink Floyd tunes. Think. How about a game where you have to come up with 1,001 ideas for video games? Or maybe it's basically this, a bunch of random prompts for video games. And, you have 60 seconds to come up with as many game ideas as you can for that prompt. Or maybe you just have to think up one game idea for that prompt. And you choose which one you like best. It's like, Fun Employed or something. It's an improv game. Factory. Inside a factory there could be all kinds of machines and things like that. Or what does the factory make? Does it make cars? Does it make something that's quite complex, like a car or something, which has all these parts? And you have to build, like using robot arms that move in 3D, you have to create some kind of mechanism that will create something car-like at the end. So basically you have a bunch of mechanical arms that can move around in different ways, and they are moving 3D physics objects around, and they are trying to build objects of some kind, like to specific orders. Bloomberg. Wasn't there a Democratic, someone running for the Democratic candidacy this year called Bloomberg? I'm afraid I don't know that much about American politics. I think Bloomberg might have been the person who's not a senator or anything, but who's just incredibly rich. I may be remembering that wrong. Or maybe Bloomberg is a city filled with flowers. And Bloomberg, you have a city and you have to plant flowers in it, and it's like flowers will attract seed growers. Maybe it's kind of like Agricola or something, where you have a little board for your Bloomberg, but there's only one place to go and buy seeds from and go and get water from, and you can't do it when other people are doing it. And seeds, you want to plant seeds in places where seeds will grow into neighbouring spaces, but because it's a city, there's going to be streets and pavements and buildings in the way, and maybe you need to shut some down, knock some down to create some soil space so that the seeds can spread. I like the idea that the flowers, you plant a couple here, a couple there. If you do it in the right spaces, they will take up a lot of space. Bloomberg. Baby. So I've done a game about putting baby in the corner. What about Baby Shark? Baby Sharknado? Baby Spice? Baby Yoda? Okay, the pitch is you pick a TV show, film, novel, you get given one, and you have to pitch what the baby version of that would be. Like Muppet Babies, or a pup named Scooby-Doo, or Scooby-Doo Kids, or whatever it was. Tom and Jerry Kids, Tiny Toon Adventures, the kid, the baby versions of the famous characters. You have to do that with like Baby Two Men of Verona, or Baby Baby One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. And yeah, the best pitch wins. Tickets. I've got 2 tickets to Iron Maiden Baby. Come with me Friday, don't say maybe. I'm just a teenage dirtbag baby like you. Ooh. Tickets. Parking tickets. Parking tickets. So like Crazy Taxi, but you're a ticket warden, and you're driving around looking for as many people as you can parked badly, and you have to give them tickets before they drive away. Raising. Bread. Raising bread. And to raise the bread, you need to put it in the right temperature for the right taste. It's a game about running a bread factory, and maybe different things happen to the ovens, maybe they cook at different times, and maybe there's different places with different temperature, and you're trying to create the perfect bread, but the situation that you're in the space keeps on changing. Dimensional. So what games could work in, say, 4 dimensions, or are there 2D games where we could add an extra third dimension into, so swapping around whether or not it works on, like, depth and things. I like the idea of, I mean, has this not been done before? I can't think of what it would be if it had. So when you're in 2D view, it's like a platformer, and when it's in above view, it's in a kind of Zelda style perspective. You can't see what I'm doing with my hands. It's in a kind of Zelda style perspective, like top down Zelda, and so you can move in and out of objects. So the perspective of what's behind you, what's in front of you, where you're standing is dependent on where you are in that 2D and 3D space. Okay, I can picture it. Don't know if that makes sense to describe. Sail. You are... It's a Black Friday sale, and you are trying to get the hot new cool thing from the shop. You're having to climb over people and stuff. Maybe you know in advance. It's a massive multiplayer online thing. You know in advance where some of the best deals are, but you don't know all of them. and you have to decide. You see people rushing towards something, and you have to go, do I follow them, or do I go to the thing that I think is the best deal on the shop floor? Cellar. Cellar door, the two most beautiful words in the English language, according to Johnny Darko. What would cellar door mean as a game? I'm using the wrong cellar here, but I don't know. This is tough. Cellar. Oh, it's buzzing again. There we go. Okay, so you are an eBay seller and you're trying to sell something on eBay. Maybe you're trying to pass something off as something it's not. You're looking for something authentic, and you are. It's like an authentic, let's say, a Star Wars collectible, and you need to find the authentic Star Wars collectible, and you get all these photos and images and descriptions of them. I've just poured myself a beer. You get all the images and descriptions and everything, but you have to look through them to try and figure out which ones are authentic and which ones are pirated. Costs. Cost-benefit analysis. You're trying to figure out what are my costs. Kind of like The Price is Right, but how much did this cost to make? Basically, look at the same idea, but turning it on its head in a little way. Okay, what's next? Luggage. I've always wanted to have a game where you sit inside a piece of luggage. I kind of don't exactly mean you are zipped up inside a suitcase. I mean, you're inside a piece of luggage with your arms and legs sticking out of it. But what would the game be? It would be like real life Mario Kart, because you have the luggage with the wheels on the bottoms, and you're kind of using your feet to propel yourself along, but you're in a kind of weird position because you're inside a bit of luggage, and you go around a go-kart track inside a bit of luggage. I don't care what anyone says, that's a great idea. Place. Place. You know when you just can't place someone? Or placing tiles on a board. Maybe... Okay, going back to chess. And you've got an AI that plays chess, and it plays it, you have a chess team, your opponent has a chess team, they're both controlled by AI. But what you do is you choose where the black and white tiles are placed. And by moving the black and white tiles around during the game, you can effectively move pieces to places where they wouldn't be otherwise. The AI will continue as it would have, but your interaction is changing the board, not moving the pieces. Nervous. Nervous could be the nervous system, could be the sense of feeling nervous. Nervousness. What does it mean to be nervous? Nervous. Are you nervous because you're going to be caught? You're going to be found out? Maybe it's a kind of interrogation game where one of you has a secret or something and you need to scare each other into telling you the secret or something, and there's consequences for not doing it. So, like, let's say, what is the hidden number? There's 3 of you in front of me. One of you knows it, the other 2 don't. I can ask you questions. How do I make you tell me? Do I bribe you? Do I give you that I feel like that's a mechanic that could go into another game, but honestly, I can't feel it. But I mean, a mechanic's a mechanic. Catalogue. So you are okay. It's an art game. As in, it's set in a gallery, and you're running around the gallery with the gallery catalogue, and you have to find all the pieces in the exhibition. Some of the pieces in the catalogue are not in the exhibition. You need to figure out which ones they are by running around the museum. Or maybe some of them are forgeries, and you can tell they're forgeries because the picture in the museum does not quite match up with the picture in the catalogue. Reflected. Actually, I really like that whole forgeries thing. That's actually quite cool. Reflected. So we've already had reflect. Let's have reflected. Reflected. A cat doesn't recognize its own reflection. It thinks it's another cat. So, what would you make? Is there a thing you could make where it looks like someone's reflection is another person? And then or is it mirror images of text and things? So back to these forgeries and things. Some of them are okay, they're just the mirror images of the pictures in the catalogue. So what you have to do a kind of spot the difference thing, knowing that one of the pictures is always going to be wrong. Like you're having to adjust for the fact that the picture in the catalogue is reversed compared to the one in real life. Wi-Fi. What's the Wi-Fi password? How do I connect to the Wi-Fi? Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi. A game about Wi-Fi. Or maybe you're running around a space trying to get specific Wi-Fi signals. So there's like various routers around the place, and you're trying to find a part of the building where you get like 3 bars on Wi-Fi A, 5 bars on Wi-Fi B, and 1 bar on Wi-Fi C. Insulation. Electrical insulation. That's a thing. You're trying to make it so that or what if a game played using a really hot controller? So it's dangerous to touch the controller, but you can touch the controller with something else that that insulates, like a wooden spoon or something, and then it's okay. You can press the buttons with a wooden spoon, and the meta game is trying to find different strategies for how you can touch stuff, how you can interact with the controller without touching the buttons. Relaxation, possibly the opposite of this. Relaxation. What would be a game? I'd like to do a game which gets you to relax, like actively gets you to relax. So like a kind of meditation game, where it does like get you to into a mindful meditation. But like, where's the play in that? I think in meditation you have to find the play in it. You know like once you are in a meditative state, like it is possible to do things like go. It's possible to go like. Once you're in a kind of meditative state, it's possible to start, playing around. Like you feel a tickle on your knee, and instead of scratching it, you can go, no, what is that? What does that feel like? What does that want to say? Like, who is that tickle in my knee? So the game idea I've just described is just meditation at the moment. But like, what if you did a meditation that became playful? That you start with this, any sensations that you feel in your body, live and sit inside them. Who are they? What are they? And maybe you can get people sort of to start telling a story about this sensation. So I've got a tickle on the back of my neck, and think about it, and then the prompt is, if that was a person, who would it be? What would they be doing right now? What obstacle would they have to face? And you can build up a whole narrative about the person who is the ticklish feeling on the back of your neck. Fiji. Again, Pacific Islands, I think. I don't know what goes on in Fiji other than it is hot and sunny. Or is Fiji near Australia? I don't know. But it's hot and sunny. It's an island. It's remote. And maybe a game about being on a remote island and not wanting people to bother you is a meaningful thing to make. A game where you have to you can actively shut off from the world, where like you get like victory points for every turn you go without thinking about money and mortgages and things like that. But you need to spend some turns doing something to do with all of these things in order to enjoy your relaxing time on the island. So, because then you need the money to eat. So you're trying to maximize the amount of money that you can get while minimizing the number of turns that you stressed out about that, because it's the number of turns without stress that is your victory condition. Involve. So you want a game that will involve people who would not normally be part of the game. How about a game of well, how about the game is this? You start playing a game, but the real game is not that game that you're actually playing right now. The real game is the game of trying to get more people involved in it. So you've got, like, you are not trying to maximize something within that game, but instead trying to maximize the number of people, random strangers on the street, that you can get to join in with your game. Yeah. Pole. North Pole, South Pole, penguins versus polar bears, polearm, or someone from Poland. Pole vault. Could you make a platformer where you have to pole vault over everything? Like, you don't have a jump button, but you have a pole and you can pole vault. And that's how you have to navigate the world. Teaching. This is hard because we already had it was like teachings or teachers or something, I think. So, teaching. The process of teaching. Or a religious teaching. Okay, so you are a kind of Moses type character, and you appear with commandments or something. Every turn you give a new commandment, and the AI characters will act in such a way that they will avoid doing that commandment. However, that will make them that may make them less likely to follow your future commandments because it becomes impossible, or because those commandments, like, they don't want to follow them, so it makes them dislike following certain commandments. So therefore, like, the later commandments are worth more points than the more recent commandments. The earlier commandments. So you want to try and use the early commandments to get people into a mindset in which they will obey the late game commandments, which are the actual ones that gain you a lot of points. Evidence. Evidence. Okay, detectives, scientists. You are scientists and you are trying to convince the world of something, and in order to convince the world of something, you're getting evidence. Or how about this? You believe in aliens, and you want to go around. You want to collect all the bits of information that you need that allow you to prove that there are aliens, and the evidence is scattered all around the landscape, and you need to find it. But some of these things are actually just like dishpans and household implements and a broken camera that shoots dodgy images. So you have to gauge whether or not this is good evidence or bad evidence, because once the men in black come to speak to you, they... I haven't thought that bit through. Because, like, do you want them to come and get you? No, you want to spread your kind of alien conspiracy on the internet, so you need to build something convincing. Grows. Plants grow. So a plant, but does it grow as a person? A plant grows. Like a beanstalk. What if you are a plant that can get up and walk around, and you need to find a different place to, to plant yourself every day so that you can grow? And you want to avoid getting eaten, you want to get good sunlight, and maybe later on you want to be like near a library so you can read. So every day you need to find what is the best place tonight for me to go to sleep. Okay, I'm not sure what that's supposed to stand for. I'm going to assume it's the noise "aye," which is what you say when you're falling off a cliff. So, it's a game where you're falling off a cliff, and you've got various items in your pockets and things and body parts, and maybe you've got 60 seconds to search over your whole body to find the object that will save you and stop you from splatting on the bottom. And maybe there's different combinations of objects that you can find which will save you from certain death. Insertion. Like a self-insertion fan fiction where you put yourself into Star Trek and you have a good time with Star Trek. Insertion. This is nice and easy, isn't it? Or maybe you're just inserting something into something else. Maybe you are inserting rogue code into robots, like little AI robots, to get them to do different things. So they have a sequence of events, a sequence of things that they can do, but you can insert extra clauses in there which cause them to act differently, and in doing so causes them to complete your puzzling objectives, like pushing blocks and things like that. Jade is a precious green stone. It's meant to be lucky. 369, that's all the numbers divisible by 3. That's lucky. It's a lucky green stone. I remember when I was in Macau once, I saw it was in one of the casinos. There was this giant pak choi made out of jade, and apparently jade and pak choi have similar sounding names, so that was kind of like what it was about. So pak choi is lucky. And there's 2 kinds of pak choi. I really like pak choi. Is this constructive? Probably not. But maybe it is. Pak choi. There is something in a game about pak choi. I don't know what that game is. A game. I mean, like, the idea of carving a giant slab of jade into a giant pak choi, and you go, well, that's an unusual thing. And maybe the game is that you have to carve jade into unusual objects. And maybe it's like a sculpture, like, you know, where you feel your way into the stone, and some bits are softer and harder than others, and so you can kind of feel out the shape that the stone wants to be in. And like, maybe the stone will be in shapes that are weird objects, and you go, oh wait, does this want to be in the shape of a train? And that's what you make. Is you make a train out of jade. You know, maybe it's a toy-like thing, or maybe it's a kind of your, you know, being judged on how close you can get to what the stone wanted to be. Collectibles. Hello, Raccoon Violet, by the way. I didn't see you just joined the stream. Good to see you. So yeah, collectibles. A game about collectibles. I mean, the obvious thing is like Pokemon or something, where you've got to catch them all. What other things could be collectible? Playing cards, stamps. I think I've done stamps already. Other things that could be collectible. Oh. Or like, okay, so we were talking about Star Wars toys earlier, and like checking which ones are the authentic, which ones are not. What about a first-person shooter where all the guns are collectibles? So like they're rare, mint conditioned, sealed in their original packaging, and you can shoot the aliens with them, but that will devalue your collection. So you need to pick and choose what guns and ammo and equipment that you use, because ultimately what you want to do is minimize the damage done to your collection. And maybe there's a risk that the aliens, like, you know, you choose, I'm not taking that gun because that is a mint condition assault rifle worth £1,000, and then the aliens shoot it, it gets shot in the crossfire, and you're like, god damn, I wish I'd just taken it because I was never going to get that money anyway. Yeah, collectibles. Asbestos! Yep. I'm just reading Raccoon Violet. I'm pretty into collectible games, and I can tell you a lot of things are collectible. Yeah, that sounds about right. Like I say, I said I'd come up with a lot of game ideas. I didn't say Like, I didn't promise they'd be good. I try my best. But yeah, let me know if you think um, the mint condition guns is a good idea or a terrible idea. Speaking of terrible ideas, Asbestos, the video game. How do they even do that? How do they get asbestos out of a house? Like, if they find that you've got asbestos in your walls, what do you, like... I guess they just clear it all out. And maybe that's the thing, is that you have to demolish a house ever so slightly to get all the asbestos off the walls, but you want to minimise the amount of damage that you do to the house, but you also want to get all the asbestos. I don't know why I'm picturing this as a card game or like a tiled game like Carcassonne or something, where you pick up a tile to reveal whether or not it has asbestos behind it. And you want to get all the asbestos by minimising it, and like, you know, maybe there's something that you can do to tell whether or not there is asbestos under a tile, without, you know, if it's adjacent to a tile that you've already cracked open. Winds. Winds. I can feel the winds of change blowing in, and they whistle and say, whoosh. I like winds for blowing boats around. Winds. Or winds. Something winds round and round and round like a spring. Maybe that's it. Maybe you have to build a whole bunch of springs. You are trying to get like a fragile object, like a Fabergé egg, from one area to another, like it's flung out of a pinball machine. You need to put all the springs in the right places in order to bounce the Fabergé egg to safety. Moss. Moss grows on things. A Eula moss that is growing on something. Are you trying to grow as far as you can up a tree without being eaten by a goat? I think I'm going to go with yes on that. Bikes. It's a cycling game. What would Grand Theft Auto be like in Holland if everybody rode bikes? So it's like Grand Theft Bike, Grand Theft Velo. Grand Theft Auto, but you're all on bikes. What other world could this take place in? What if it's like Stranger Things, you know, where it's like the kids riding around on their bicycles with the little flags poking out the back, and it's their world, because you know that's the thing with Stranger Things, is the, you know, the world that they live in is the world of, you know, Dungeons and Dragons and stuff like that. What if it was like today? So the fantastic world that the kids live in is the world of Grand Theft Auto, but then it's still the same age, they're going on the same adventures and stuff, and it's like, you know, basically Grand Theft Auto with children and the kids from Stranger Things, and it takes place today. Neutral. Things that... And I could just see Raccoon Violets has said featuring Queen, and this is a combination of me having been at this for 6.5 hours now, and I have forgotten what I've been talking about that could possibly have featured Queen. So I'm doing really well. Sorry I can't be more responsive to the comment, but I genuinely... I last talked about Stranger Things on bicycles, so, you know... Okay, neutral is like Switzerland. And in Switzerland you get Toblerone. Oh, like the song! Bicycle, 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 bicycle. I want to ride my bicycle. I want to ride my bike. That would have been a much better idea than what I came up with. Thank you. Right. Okay, if you've got anything on Switzerland, I would be happy to hear it. Okay, so Switzerland is neutral. Or maybe, no. Okay, no, staying neutral colours. So I talked about like a jungle game where you're trying to stay visually camouflaged. What about a stealth game where you have to wear beige? It's a stealth game set in an art gallery, and you have to blend in with the background. So maybe, like, it's all done visually. Maybe you are the exact same colour as the walls, and, you know, maybe they can see, like, the laces on your shoes or something. And so you are trying to sneak around an art gallery, maybe steal some paintings without anyone noticing the colour of your shoelaces. Phil. Phil, what do you want to fill? Would you like to fill a tank with fuel so that you can travel for a long journey? However, and that's where I struggle. However, Phil Harding was the West Country guy on Time Team. He used to wear a hat, have long hair. Done a Time Team game, so where else can I take this unless we take it in the direction of fill in the blanks. It's a word game where you have blank letters and you have to figure out what letters go in the blanks, like a crossword. What's different, all the tiles are moving around, so you have to fill in the tile at the moment when they create a word with what's next to them, but that means there's less space and flexibility for the other blank tiles moving around, because once something's stopped being blank, it stays in place. There's space for the other blank tiles moving around, like, you know, it's more restrictive what they can spell, so you have to think ahead about, am I spelling something now that will allow me to spell something later? Oh. Ross. You're Ross from Friends. You need to find out who ate your sandwich. That's a terrible idea. I'm going to try again and see if I can come up with another one. Ross from Friends. What? It's dinosaurs is his thing. It's all about dinosaurs. You are Ross from Friends. And I mean, Ross from Friends is one of these characters you look at now, and he's like kind of a bit creepy in retrospect. Like he's a bit kind of obsessive about Rachel and stuff like that, and you know like it doesn't seem quite so innocent now as it did back then. I think people's values were different. It's the thing, people talked about Friends when it came to Netflix. It's not like you can't look at it with the same lens because there's a bunch of stuff in there where you go ooh, and I've heard people say that Ross is part of it, and maybe it's a back in time thing where you play as Ross from Friends, who's got to go back in time and be his own kind of Cyrano de Bergerac figure, speaking in his ear to try and get him to behave properly towards Rachel. Debate. Debate. I can't even remember. What did I come up with for Phil? That was only two prompts ago. Debate. I like it, like the debate team or the Model UN or something. Like, actually, I had this thought years ago about doing a visual novel about like these kind of child genius competitions. It never went anywhere, but it's always been on the cards, like in the back of my mind, and you could do a similar thing with like a Model UN or a debate team thing, where, and I'm going to go with Model UN on this because you could have the kids on the Model UN, and they are dealing with things on a kind of virtual version of the global world or something. But what they're doing has actual impact on the world around them outside. Okay, I feel like this is another idea for an idea as opposed to an idea. So, I guess just accept it. Cope. The thing I'm struggling to do with right now. Cope. You give yourself a stupid prompt, like come up with 1001 game ideas in a day, and you have to cope with the terrible decision that you have made. Cope. 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 It's a fun word. Cope. Cope. Copious amounts of randomness. Is that just it? Is that the game rules are just a sheet of paper with the word cope written on it, and that's it. That's the game, and it's the game of life. I'm giving myself that one. Agree. Let's agree to disagree. Oh, okay. It's like a football game or a sports game or a Mario game or something. Basically, any game with an existing control scheme where you have 2 or 3 or 4 of you playing all at the same time on different controllers. The inputs will only be valid if every single one of you is pressing the same input at the same time. Faith. Faith. What can you have faith in? You can have faith in a religion, faith in a god, faith in yourself. You've got to believe in yourself. Maybe if you don't believe in yourself, you won't. Like, it's like fairies. If when people say they don't believe in fairies, then a fairy dies. So you have to go, I believe in fairies, and clap. And maybe that's it. It's a rhythm action game where various people say they don't believe in fairies, and you need to clap in front of a microphone in rhythm with them saying they don't believe in fairies in order to keep the fairies alive. Cover. So being a cover band or hiding underneath the covers, you're hiding underneath the covers because you are scared of the monsters that live under your bed. Maybe monsters do climb out from under your bed as shadows, and you need to kind of harpoon them with a long stick or like shine a torch at them. So there's shadows appearing all over the room, and you need to shine a torch at them to scare them away while you're hiding under the covers. Bachelor. Bachelor. I mean, there's an obvious kind of dating sim in there, but there's also like Cuppa Soup. Bachelor's Cuppa Soup. So, what if you have to make a Cuppa Soup it's a dating sim where you have to make the right kinds of Cuppa Soup in order to impress your dates, and some of them, like in conversation with them, you will learn what kind of Cuppa Soup they like. Like some of them might like tomato, some of them might like mushroom, some of them might like tomato and mushroom. So you take half of one sachet, half of another. Do they like it strong? Do they like it weak? What if, like, you have to court someone who likes French onion soup, but Cuppa Soup doesn't do a French onion soup, so you need to go to the Bachelor's factory and get them to make a Bachelor's Cuppa Soup, a French onion Cuppa Soup. Portugal is in Portugal. It's near Spain, next to Spain, neighbouring Spain. They have a football team, and Lisbon is the capital. And they speak Portuguese, which is the same language they speak in Brazil. It's got a red and green flag. So it's got a red and green flag, and they play football. I know nothing else about Portugal except for where it is. So maybe that's it. It's like an educational game where you go around Portugal and you have to like learn facts about Portugal. And maybe half the facts are actually about Spain. You have to try and figure out by cross-examining them with other bits of information which things are facts about Spain and which things are facts about Portugal. Insurance. Okay, so something like Burnout or something where you've got the the crazy crashes and things. You're trying to do the most damage possible to your vehicle so that you can claim on insurance without making it look like it was your fault. So you've got to try and set it up so it looks like it was an accident. See also house fires or whatever. Treatments. Let's see. You've got a bunch of draft scripts, like story treatments for movies, and you've got to try and figure out which one would be the one to greenlit. Maybe it's okay. It's a one of these kind of parlor game type things, like like Fun Employed or something, or Bucket of Doom. Each of you is given a story treatment for a hypothetical movie. You draw a random investor who's looking for films that fit a certain pitch, or pitches, and then you need to pitch your treatment to them as this is why you want this story. Silence. Silence is golden. You can buy someone's silence. What would be a game that's played in absolute silence? So many games. So what about a game where you have to be silent? What could you do? You could be John Cage. And you're John Cage, and you're playing 4 minutes 33 seconds, but all kinds of stuff is happening in the orchestra, and you need to run around stopping it from happening, and maybe like spanners are falling from the roof, so you need to catch them before they hit your piano and make a load of noise, and you need to do all this without making a bit of noise. Women. Women. What a game about women. I've not read or seen Little Women, so I don't know what that story is about. I've seen Women on the Verge of a Nervous Breakdown. Don't know how you turn that film into a game. But if you had something like the Vagina Monologues, which I have read and heard parts of, could you retell these stories in the way like The Cat and the Coup did it, where that you are not the person telling the story, but you are someone or something, a creature or an object or a person in the scene with the woman telling the story as she's telling it, so you kind of observe the stories from a kind of outside perspective. That's an idea. Committed. A game where you say you're gonna come up with 1001 game ideas and 16 hours later you do it. Because that's the pacing I'm on right now. Is it would well no, I'm behind 16 hours now. I reckon it would take me 24 hours to do the total 1001 like I had planned. Committed. You have to be committed to something. You have to run something by a committee. Committed. Committed, 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 committed. Okay, a dating sim. Two players playing simultaneously, and those two players are meant to be in a committed relationship. But there are a lot of alternative partners who they can romance and date and things, but in doing so, they will have to, that could jeopardize their committed relationship. And they need to negotiate boundaries and things with their partner. Maybe like they're not polyamorous at the beginning, but they need to find the boundary. Like they are both interested in polyamory, so they want to find the boundaries that suit them both, and that's all done through dialogue and conversation. It's the start of an idea. A glossary. A glossary is a bit at the back of a book that tells you what the different words mean. How about how about a book where you have to, like, the words that correspond to each meaning are not in the glossary, so you need to find a bit of the book that uses that word. Helpful. I'm thinking like Boy Scouts or something, helping old ladies cross the road. Helpful. Yeah, maybe that's it. Maybe you're a Boy Scout and you need to help as many old ladies cross the road as you can, and that means like sometimes you may need to stop traffic. Sometimes you may need to blow up a car or something, and you have to go to ridiculous lengths to be as helpful as possible. Dates. I've done a few dating sim ideas so far. What about a game about the food dates, where you have to try and take the stones out of dates or something, and like the dates get progressively kind of weirder shaped and things, and they might grow eyes and they might start to scream when you cut them open, and you have to find the humane way to take the seeds out of all the dates. Records. Or records. The act of recording something. Records are good. A detective game where you're trying to solve a crime by looking through all the records to piece together what happened. So rather than being at the scene of a crime or in the evidence room or something, you are in the police records and you are sifting through files and paperwork to try and figure out who done it and how. Generating generating, so you have to generate something. So you've got the procedural generator things. What if instead of having a procedural generator for levels, you give them to people and people generate them? So you get given, as a person, you get given a level, like a level prompt, and it needs to do these set of things, and you need to create a level which gives the player that kind of experience that they were looking for. Favorite. You know the puzzle with the 4 dragons, and they each have a favourite food, and each time you guess what their favourite foods are, they change their favourite foods slightly, and... or at least, yeah, that one, it was in Granny's Garden. I'm probably going to play it now and go, oh no, they don't change what their favourite food is. But that's neither here nor there. What about that with 100 people? Reproduce. Okay, I'm thinking art and forgeries and reproductions and things. Reproduce. Reproduce. Like fruit and veg is produce. Okay, so you're selling fruit and veg, but you need to organize them all so that the real fruit and veg is at the top of the box and the fake fruit and veg is at the bottom of the box, so that you can sell these boxes of fruit and veg without the buyers knowing that some of them are not actual fruit and veg, but are in fact reproduction versions of them. They are plastic fruit and veg. Pleasant. What would a pleasant game be like? Something relaxing. How about it's a game which is played sat in a field, and you lie down in the field and you feel the grass between your fingertips, and maybe you have to tell where the wind is coming from, and maybe you need to ask the wind questions. I'm Illness in real life, and you don't need to get the answers back, you just need to ask the wind questions. Prizes! Games with prizes! A claw machine. I want to use a claw machine, and I wanted to actually grab stuff. Because I don't want people... I don't want you to just pick one up and then move it to the location. I wanted to actually pick stuff up and then move stuff around and you're trying to stack things together into different shapes using a claw machine, like Tetris. Duration. What would go on for a specific duration? What if everything in the game lasted for 6 seconds, so you could anticipate whenever something was going to happen, because it would always be 6 seconds after the thing that caused it. Theme. The theme of this game is theme. You have to write theme tunes to movies, and you have to pick out instruments that will be used in that kind of movie. So if it's a sci-fi, you use sci-fi instruments, and if it's a noir movie, then you use smooth jazz or something. Conf. Is that like configuration? Is that like a conference? Conf. Configuration. I hate these big, long, horrible configuration files that go on with like setting up cloud services and stuff like that. If you've ever worked with them, Ansible and I don't even know the half of it, but if there was a game that was played entirely through setting up config files and running Ansible servers in order to get stuff to happen, that would be a game. Academy, I'm going to delete once more. Yeah. There we go. Let's get back in the room. Grabbing myself another. This is an alcohol-free beer. I think I'm already delirious enough. I think I want to get. I think 1001 might be a little bit ambitious, given that I've been at this for 7 hours now, and I've been at this for 7 hours and have not even managed halfway. honestly, I thought I would be close by now. But, you know, that's life. So I say, let's do 501 now. And then maybe go for the other 500 another day. Oh. I'm looking at Word Academy and I've got nothing. I've got no ideas and I'm thinking, oh god, like facing down 100 more of these already seems like an ordeal, let alone facing down 600 more of these. So I'm gonna do 100 more. Like, this feels physically painful now. Like, my head is just like, please stop doing this. But, you know, that's the experience. I wanted to see what would happen if I did it. This is what is happening if I do it. So, yeah. Because I know I've been a little bit spacey since roughly the 2 hour mark, and now we're 7 hours in. And I'm like, because you can see it. It's like when I see something and I get an idea, it's cool. I'll go for it. When I see something I've got no idea, like, I just stare at it, and it's weird. It's like what I was expecting to happen was that the longer this went on, the worse the ideas would get. And I don't know if that's happened. It's really hard to say because I cannot remember any of the ideas. As soon as I put up a new word, whatever idea was there before is now gone. I have no recollection of it. I got a Facebook message from a friend to say, all I can remember was you talking about having ants on your hands. I was like, oh my god, I'd forgotten about the ants. And I don't know, I was like, yeah, I was expecting it to just become a bunch of really, really terrible ideas. But I don't think that's the way my mind's working. I think the way my mind's working is it's going, like, if it's not a good idea, it's not worth saying. So you can't just spit out anything. You have to spit out something that sounds like it could approach being remotely good. Or at least an idea, like, not just, oh, first-person shooter, but you play as a frog. But, like, okay, so if you play as a frog, what are the consequences of that? How does that make a meaningful game? What is the conflict here? What is the thing, where's the word but? That's the thing I've been saying about, like, games for years and years. Like, the most important word in game design is but. And I still hold true for that. I think that's still the case. Even though I'm making a lot more kind of artsy stuff now, the word but is where the bite is. And that's, yeah. So, 99 more to go. Let's do this. Academy. Flight Academy, like Top Gun, flight school. But what's going on in the flight school? Yes, you're flying planes, but there's also, like, the relationships between the characters going on in the planes. So maybe it's a dating sim that you do. It's between you and the other flight cadets. It's a dating sim that you do while flying a plane and shooting down enemies. Cool. Followed. You are being followed, and you need to lose your pursuers. But who's following you? What's following you? There's a shadow. A shadow is creeping around you. You need to like find a source of bright light or something that will stop it so you can turn around and take a photograph of it. You need to figure out, maybe you can see its shadow, so from its shadow you can figure out what it's scared of, and you try to get it into a situation where it's going to be horrified so you can take a photo of it. Bleeding. Wow. That's dramatic. Bleeding is... Okay, I mean, this sounds grim, but, like, what if it's a paramedic simulation and someone is bleeding or they're having a cardiac arrest or something, and you have to figure out what's wrong with them, do whatever first aid you need to do there in the moment, and then take them off in the ambulance. And it's kind of like Crazy Taxi, but with a kind of like medical angle on it. Glory. Glory. Glory to mankind. Who is that? I can't even remember. What was the name of the Yorha in Nier Automata? Anyway, Glory, Land of Hope and Glory, 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 Man United, Glory supporters is what they used to call, like, in school. I don't know if it's a thing that people actually say, but in primary school it was what they called you if you supported a team just because they were popular, like in football. So like Man United always won. So if you supported Man United, you were a Glory supporter. So I think something about, like, what about a Football Manager type game, but instead of being the manager, you are a fan, and you have to organise all the fans together to put pressure on the manager in order to get the manager to make the choices you want them to make. Cycle. Let's do Violet Raccoon. Raccoon Violet in the chat suggested a let's do something involving Queen and bicycles. Let's do that. So he wants to ride his bicycle, he wants to ride his bike, he wants to ride his bicycle, he wants to ride it where he likes. Where does he want to ride the bicycle? And that's, like, you know, it's a bunch of cycling challenges, kind of Tony Hawk style, in crazy, ridiculous places that Freddie Mercury might want to ride his bicycle. So he wants to ride it at Cape Canaveral on the space shuttle, and he wants to ride his bicycle, up and down the Shard, and he wants to ride his bicycle on the Taj Mahal. Joint. Joint ownership of something. Joint, I think we've already done the Pass the Doobie to the left-hand side game. I do remember some of these. Joints in your arms and elbows. What about a game which simulates you having a body and you've got to move around in different ways, but your joints are all 360-degree ball joints? So, like, your elbows can bend all around and you can kind of, like, flex and move around in weird shapes and wriggle around the landscape that way. Actress. So, you're an actress on a stage. It's a first-person game where, with the controls of something like Halo or something, you have to play all the roles in a Shakespeare play as one person by running around between different points and doing the things and getting the prop out and then putting it away and going to the other place, say the line. And maybe there's other players watching, like they're sat in the audience, also in first person view, watching you, and your job is to entertain them. Maybe there's not even like a score or anything. Morrison. Going to Morrison's, it's a supermarket. What would you buy in Morrison's? Or maybe you'd ride a bicycle around Morrison's and you would pick up items from the shelves to throw at each other, like watermelons or a bottle of bleach or things like that, and you're basically setting traps for each other, and like it's like the Mario Kart deathmatch thing with the balloons on the back of the carts, but with bicycles in a Morrison's. Conflicts. Conflicts. I mean, what is a game without conflict? What is a game without conflict? You know, and I don't like even hypothetical like like, you know, even in Animal Crossing there's some kind of conflict. You know, you want to build your perfect environment, but you don't have the bells. Tom Nook wants you to pay rent and things like that. All of these are conflicts. So, you know, what is a conflict-free game? It's something where you're all, even if you're working together, you're working together in opposition to something. I mean, maybe that's a bigger philosophical question. Maybe everything has conflict in it somewhere. You know, I'm thinking, like, even if you're meditating, you know, the reason you're meditating is in conflict with, you know, the bad things that happen as a consequence of not meditating. You know, it's like, yeah, it's like not having self-awareness, not having mindfulness and things. Those are the things that you are in conflict with when you meditate. But how would those manifest themselves in a playful way, in a gameful way? Like, I would say, so let's do another game which you play during meditation. And the game is like, because you will have multiple sensations pulling at you. So it's a follow-up to that have a, you know, find a sensation, put it in a story. Like, if you had that one sensation that was grabbing your attention and another sensation that was grabbing your attention, they were both people, and you put them in a room together, how would that play out? And so now you play out a story not just with one character, now you've got a story with two characters, with, you know, multiple sensations going on that you are turning into stories. Worcester. They've had Henderson's Relish. I can't do the same game for Worcestershire sauce. Worcester Shrub Hill is a train station. It's on the way to Birmingham from Bristol. It's a hill covered in shrubs. A shrubbery. So, Worcester Shrub Hill, covered in shrubs. I think the game would be... How about a game where you go to different train stations and you have to try and find your way around a train network with poor signage, and a lot of the time is spent sitting on the train hoping that you've gone to the right place. Honestly, I quite like that idea. You've got to plan a complicated train journey, but while you're there, there is no signage or anything to tell you where you are or where you're going. Cambridge. Cambridge University, Cambridge Boat Race. I remember a boat racing game. Actually, that's pretty simple. The Oxford-Cambridge Boat Race. What if you did that as a game? What would that be like? Let's have some realistic water physics in there. Done. Investing. Stocks and shares game. Done that. Or like, what if emotional investment? Like, you choose which characters you're emotionally invested in, and then there's like a stock market for emotional investment in characters. Maybe there's other players around the world playing the same game who are also emotionally investing in characters. And so if you emotionally invest in the same players as everyone else, you will get more payoff because they will be written in more in later episodes of the game. Nepal. What would take place in Nepal? I mean, it's got the beautiful scenery. Right, I just watched the film. I saw Samsara. I had some gorgeous scenery from Nepal in it, and maybe that is what you want to interact with. Maybe you want to walk around just some realistic representations of Buddhist temples just existing as they are. There is no objective, no play element in there beyond just walk around and enjoy these, incredible, mind-blowing spaces. Advancement. I'm thinking like Game Boy Advance. You're a Game Boy Color and you have to pass yourself off as a Game Boy Advance, or like you have you know what, that's a good enough idea. Your Game Boy Color, you have to pass yourself off as a Game Boy Advance. Done. Complete. Complete game. What would be the complete version of a game? No missing components. Or what if it is deliberately left incomplete? If you had a game with, like Carcassonne or something, but there's missing tiles or missing meeples or both. Missing a game like Pandemic, there's missing cards from the deck. You have to work out what cards are missing and add them in, or alternatively, you have to work around the fact that the game, like, not all the mechanics that are supposed to be present in the game are present in the game, and you have to work around that. Promoting. I don't know, a game about marketing something. I like all the fact that that's just so indirect. So what's like Roller Coaster Tycoon or something, but you are just a marketing arm for this theme park, and you're choosing where the advertising should go and what kind of advertising and things, and maybe there's different decisions that you can make to think, what's going to work with different target audiences. I think I've just described what advertising is rather than what the game is, but okay. Designs. Stained glass windows. What if there was a game that you played as characters inside stained glass windows, and you could only move around inside the space offered to you by the window, but you could also choose to move the view to other windows which might also have the same set of characters in. So, and there's like time links between them. One of them appears before the other. So if a character goes to pick up a rock in window A, then in window B that character will already be holding a rock, and they might want to use that rock. Diabetes. A game about diabetes. I feel like The thing is, like, monitoring your insulin level, like, I think is already kind of game-like in some way. There is, like, because you got the thing, you prick your finger and it gives you the thing on your insulin level, but you've also got, like, you can feel it if you're going hyper or if you're going hypo. um, and so I had a friend at university who was diabetic, and like I like knew what to do if like he ever went hypo, which is to go to the bar, because we'd usually be on a night out at his university, go to a bar and get him a Coke. That is what he told me, it's what his mum told me. And the other thing, like, yeah, how does someone act when they're hyper or they're hypo? And it was like, it's the opposite to what you'd expect. It's when someone has not had, if he needs sugar in his bloodstream, he'd be grumpy and like stubborn, and may insist that he doesn't need sugar, may even insist that he's not diabetic. That's what I was told. I think that was his mum told me that one. Whereas if he'd had too much sugar, then he'd probably be tired. And in that case, the solution is just let him rest. And it was weird because it was like the different way around to what I'd expected. You think sugar makes people hyperactive. So, like, there is something in that. Like, I feel like there is actually some kind of serious game, kind of, educational learning game, something in that, about modelling what it is to, what it is to live with diabetes and to look after your own insulin level, and also like what it is, what you need to do if you're a friend of someone with diabetes and you want to look out for them. So maybe just simulating those events in like reality, as a digital game is actually enough. Laugh. I think we've already had one about laughter, so this is annoying because we've got laugh again. Laugh. Laugh. Why is a GH a f sound? So let's go with that. Why is GH a f sound? What about phonetic Scrabble, where it's Scrabble, but the tiles you have are not the Roman alphabet, they're the phonetic alphabet, and you have to try and spell words with vowel and consonant sounds, but phonetic ones. A game about gaming. Okay, that's meta. 421. Those are fun numbers. 421. Gaming. A game about gaming. You control a set of hands trying to operate a controller and a camera which is looking at a screen with a representation of a video game in it. If it's not been done, I am incredibly surprised, but whatever. Assessed. A driving test game. Like, it's a driving game, but instead of racing, you are trying to do your driving test, and maybe you are being scored on getting away with doing kind of stunts and tricks and things with your car without failing the driving test. Teens. What is a game about teens? So many games are already games about teens, like, Persona and things like that. And what about a game where you are could you make like an adventure game out of something like the In-Betweeners? So you've got a kind of like relatively mundane scenario in that you go to like Thorpe Park or something and you have to try to not horrifically embarrass yourself. And, you know, maybe a lot of it plays out through dialogue, maybe there's situations you get in, and it's a kind of, it's a series of situations where you have to make the right decisions or whatever in order to not horrifically embarrass yourself. Okay, from games about gaming to ideas about ideas. So, I have no idea. I'm an ideas person. Ideas are cheap. Idea. Probably $1 million just for the idea. No idea. Okay, a card game where you have to pitch game ideas to your friends. But not only that, like, the best ones you have to build a like paper prototype of, and then like, so it's not just the idea of what would be a great video game, but you have to actually make the paper prototype. So it's a kind of, it's like Fun Employed or something, but with an added, or Snake Oil, or like, it's an added put your money where your mouth is, where you have to actually make the paper prototype once you've pitched the winning idea. Something which you have to do carefully. You are a waiter at the ambassador's reception. You have a tray full of Ferrero Rochers to hand out. You need to hand them out, and maybe it's all motion controlled. So you're actually holding something up. You have to hand out all the Ferrero Rochers to all the ambassador's friends without them dropping any Ferrero Rochers. And the ambassador's friends will take awkwardly placed Ferrero Rochers. So you have to account for that. Immune. You play as a white blood cell, and you are going around a bloodstream, and there's virus cells in the body. Now you get propelled by the heartbeat, so your decision is only, when you have an opportunity to go down different bits of bloodstream, you can only do that. Like, you can choose whether to turn a corner or not, but you can't choose where you're going, and you have to figure out the map of the human body while you're going. Pubs. Okay, so, a pub crawl. Let's start with a pub crawl. It's a real life game where you go on a real life pub crawl, but the game is that during the pub crawl, your score is the number of non-alcoholic drinks you can drink divided by the number of people who ask you why you're not drinking alcohol. There we go. Essential. Essential. game which you can play with the bare essentials. So, like, you got clothes, you got food, and you got a house to live on under. So the game is like, I guess a kind of like, I reckon using just bits of bread or baked beans or something like that, like really cheap food, you could make quite an interesting war game. And maybe you're throwing dice or something, is little cubes of food, or just how many fingers am I holding up behind my back. And if I choose correctly, I get to add one, or something to it. I get to choose what number it is for dice rolls. If you yeah And yeah, so you have a war game, you have my bits of bread fighting against your beans flying around on the table, kind of like the Star Wars X-Wing miniatures or something. And dice rolls are done using fingers behind your back. Guess how many fingers I'm holding up. If you're right, then you get to choose what value it is. Otherwise, I choose. It's the whatever I was holding up on my fingers. A game played using the bare essentials. Floors. So you go up and down between different floors in an elevator, in a lift, and I want to make a game which is played using a real lift. I can't think what it would be. Maybe that's enough of an idea. Okay, guess what floor I'm on, and you play it in a lift. It's a terrible idea, but it's an idea. Zoning. So that's what they talk about with Street Fighter, with characters like Ryu, who can shoot the fireballs, so they're kind of like making sure you can only go in certain areas of the screen. It's called zoning. So why not have a game where you're not trying to it's like Command and Conquer or something, but anytime you create an area which cannot be accessed by the enemy, it gets deleted from the world. Amongst. So, being amongst friends, you can share secrets when you're amongst friends. So, a game about sharing secrets amongst friends. The Wolf Amongst Us. I've done like Traitors, I've done like whenever I go quiet, like I'm waiting for new ideas to come and they don't, and it's only when I start talking again, like if I start talking I can talk random stuff and ideas will come, but they only come if I talk. They don't come if I sit in silence and try to figure something out. Like inspiration never comes. So speaking of that, amongst, being something amongst other things, it's hiding like a penguin amongst the bowling pins or something. it is a bunch of images and scenes, maybe 3D scenes that you can walk around, where one thing in the scene is different to the others, and you need to figure out what's the odd one out. Maybe it's like a 3D walk aroundable odd one out thing. So one of the bowling pins is actually, in the entire bowling alley, there is one bowling pin that is actually a penguin, and you need to figure out which one that is. Enhancing. We've had enhanced. I hate it when we get like the same prompt again with like different endings. But enhanced, enhancing. Okay, archery. Every time you hit a bullseye, you have to add another arrow to the front of your arrow. So eventually you get really long arrows, but they are incredibly unwieldy. Containers. You have to keep some food in a Tupperware container until it has gone off, and then it will smell really bad. And you have to wave the smell under your friends' noses or something. A bad smell in Tupperware containers, and then you need to hide it somewhere in your friend's house for them to find, and you leave it open and they're looking for that smell, and it's like, what's the most awkward place where you can put it where it will take them longest to find it? Direction. You are blindfolded. We play this in a real space. You are blindfolded, and you are being guided through a maze, but you're not allowed to step over the walls. Inquiry. You're inquiring into something. You are trying to find something out. Okay, like a detective mystery kind of thing, but it takes place in an entire encyclopedia. So it's like, it's not like you have to find specific details, and maybe you just take an existing encyclopedia and then write a mystery around the details that are in that encyclopedia. So to find the answer, you need to do a bit of researching inside the encyclopedia. Cardiovascular. That is in the top 10,000 words. You play as a heart and you have to beat in the right rhythm. Maybe groove is in the heart. So it's a rhythm action game, like mixed with other things. Or maybe one of you is doing like, kung fu and stuff, and the other one is that person's heart. And you need to do the different rhythms that will allow that person to get the superpowers, the kung fu powers that they need in order to overcome the challenges. Howard from the Halifax used to sing maybe I'm a banker who's a little obsessed, got a little something that's bound to impress. He used to sing that. So, what about a game where it's a battle royale between all different bank and building society mascots and things? Creatures. God, that's so vague. Creatures. Um, creatures. What about? Okay. You're making creatures to race in a kind of running race. Um, but you have to add like extra creatures to other bits. So, like, if you have a creature with 4 legs and 4 feet, then you can replace its feet with other creatures that maybe run faster or run in different ways. So rather than replacing body parts and limbs with like adding extra body parts and limbs and things or shuffling them up, you are adding creatures where there used to be body parts or limbs. Reservation. Thinking a table reservation at at a restaurant, and you have to make sure you're trying to sit at a reserved table without the snooty waiter kicking you off. And maybe you have to, like, you can order food and you can get food and you can do all the dining stuff. But if the snooty waiter comes past and is like, oh, that's reserved, then you get kicked out of the restaurant. So you have to try and eat your meal without the one snooty waiter figuring out that's where you shouldn't be there. Fold. An origami game. Just make origami swans and cranes and frogs and stuff. You make them and they start running around the world doing stuff. Fires. A game played around a bonfire by singing. And you each add a line to the end of the song and keep it going. And everybody adds a line and eventually it becomes a really long campfire song. And you keep on adding lines to the song until the campfire has burnt out. Crops. You have to crop images. There's a bunch of photos. Slenderman is in them. You have to crop them to get as much of the people in the photos as possible without getting Slenderman in the photos. Elect. Oh, a political one. A political one again. What a surprise. But you haven't had one of those in a while. Elect. Okay, you have an election or something, but you want, like... How do you simulate an election in a video game or board game or something? I can't think of a way to do that that's not just incredibly dry, and I know it's been done, like, they've got the Democracy series of games or something, but I've not played them. I don't have any inspiration on that front. The theme, let's go for just, spreading lies and hate in order to get elected, even though, like, maybe you get a point for each lie. Okay, you get a point for each lie. That is the best idea I can think of right now. Process. Create a process, processed food, or just a process like a factory or something. Creating hydrogen. process is like an amateur cess. Or procession. Procession. Okay, so let's have a big procession game where you're all trying to march in time with each other. We had a couple of those, but what if you're trying to stay in line with each other? So you are trying to stay directly behind the person in front of you, and you get weird sort of swirling shapes start to appear in the world as like thousands of people collaborating together to move these people around a space. And they end up like, you know, what affects one person affects a person behind them, affects a person behind them, affects a person behind them, and you get these kind of ripple effects. Reggae, okay? A game about reggae. I really don't know much about reggae. I don't think I can do this one justice. Aluminium. I'm not calling it aluminum. Aluminium. Shiny tinfoil. Is there a game that you could make by having shiny tinfoil sheets around and you want to reflect them into people's eyes? And it's like a first-person shooter in real life. If you tinfoil someone in the eye, then that counts as a kill, and you can add that to your kill count. Presents. We've already done one involving Santa. Or how many multiple different presents are there right now? Like the time period. There's no time like the present. Present. The present is a point in time. The present. So how about it's a sort of storytelling narrative game with a branching structure where there's multiple things that could happen right now. You choose which of them is the actual reality that takes place, but that will cause other things to happen differently in the future, like choosing a current present chooses a set of different futures. Males. Okay, so we had females, now we've got males. Buys. Okay, alright. You are on eBay. You have £50. You have to see how many different unique items that you can buy on eBay with £50. Planned. You are building a city and you have to figure out okay, so you are planning the layout of the city and everything, and it starts to be built, but over time, like, natural disasters start to occur, and it's your job to put out the fires and stop the hurricanes and things in order to like allow those plans to come into fruition. Religions. If all the religions in the world team up to make one super religion, no, got nothing there. Religions. Or what if it's like religious symbols? And you play as different religious symbols and they're just treated like physical objects, like, 2D shapes with 2D physics. and you're trying to slot them together as gears in a machine or something. Would would that it were so simple. Would will a test of will, or it's like a kind of consequences game. If I do this, then the consequence will be that. Would you like to say in today's game, would you kindly... No, I like this, like, it's a game of consequences. What are the consequences? What are the choices and what would the consequences be? Maybe it's a kind of role-playing storytelling game where you come up with a like what would happen next. So someone comes up with a situation. You come up with a bunch of hypothetical answers. You vote on which one's the funniest, and then that is your starting point now. And then you come up with a bunch of hypothetical what would happen next. Flights. Reggae sauce suggests Raccoon Violet for reggae. That would have been such a good idea. I am 50 away. I really just want to get these 50 over and done with now. This is starting to drive me a little bit mad. Oh God, why am I doing this? I don't know. It's so 50. Honestly, I thought I would be near the end now. I really did think I would have 501 by now. I thought I would have 1001 by this point, to be honest. 8 hours in. Flights. You're managing flights. You are the tower control people managing flights, taking off and landing. What makes this different to the flight control game on iPad? How about this takes place in 3D and it's in space, so they are moving around in 3 dimensions. You have to figure out 3-dimensional paths for them to go in without colliding into each other. Trademarks. There are... You and your friends have to draw made up corporate logos for different brands, different objects, like cola or services like International Mail or something, and the player who had them drawn for them has to choose which one looks most likely to be an actual logo that someone would use for a real life company. Postcard. Someone has sent you a postcard and it's just a photo and you have to figure out where that photo was taken. It doesn't tell you what country it is, the country's missing, you have to figure out what country they're in, maybe from clues in the writing and clues in the picture. Inline, like inline skates. What about inline skateboards? What would that be like? Honestly, I don't know. I want to build an inline skateboard. The game would be do tricks and stuff. Truck. So, I mean, there's Euro Truck Simulator, there's big rigs. What about a game where you are... No, what about the film Joule? Like, where the truck is chasing the guy. And what if you are driving just you're driving like a 6 hour long driving journey, and you've got a truck chasing after you the whole way, and you've got to keep on evading the truck and don't let it run you off the road. Tsunami. That's just horrific, isn't it? I guess a game about rebuilding a town or a village or something after a tsunami, after the buildings have all been knocked down. Maybe there's some stuff still there, maybe there's some stuff still standing, but also, some things are broken, like, there's septic tanks burst open and stuff that needs to clean up. So it's about the clean up and rebuilding operation after a tsunami. Controversial. Something to do with coming up with controversial news headlines. I think, how about it's a card game, or like, again, Fun Employed, Cards Against Humanity, one of these kinds of games. The prompt is you are given on a card a news story that you need to write about, and you and your friends, like, you need to come up with the most tasteless headline to put on a newspaper, and then your friends vote on which one, like, they think is the funniest. Drainage. I drink your milkshake. So it's got to be about mining. Oil drilling. You are an oil man and you are drilling for oil, and you are building pipes under the ground. Your oil money allows you to buy like drilling equipment and stuff, and you get more money per barrel of oil if you have a monopoly on oil. So you're not only trying to like build your own oil reserves, but you're trying to sabotage your opponent's oil reserves. Ciao. Saying goodbye is difficult. So how about having an entire game about finding the right way to say goodbye to someone you love? Maybe you're at an airport or something. You got a limited time before they board the plane, and you've got all these dialogue options, and you need to try and say everything you want to say to them. I mean, I feel, honestly, it's Queers in Love at the End of the World kind of does the same idea, like better and first. But okay, saying goodbye. Where would be a situation where saying goodbye is difficult? What if you're doing it by Morse code, or you're sending like a message in a bottle, and you've only got so many lines you can write or something on the message on the bottle, or a telegram, and you just got to find the perfect words to say goodbye. Kenya. Kenya in Africa. What do I know about Kenya? Not a lot. There's coffee in Kenya. I think safari in Kenya. So, a safari game, but what are you trying to do in the safari? You're not trying to like kill wild animals and things. You are trying to stop poachers, and you're chasing them down. You're chasing poachers with tranquilizer darts. You're trying to stop the poachers from killing the elephants and things. So that just immediately makes me think of Them, Giant Ants, the movie Them, exclamation mark. But I also think there's something to be said of it, a game about non-binary identity. What would be a situation where, as a non-binary person, again, this is something I can't really comment on firsthand, but I would like to do something serious on. As someone with non-binary identity, how would you choose, to explain that to different people? And maybe it's just a bunch of different dialogue conversations that you have with various parents, friends, co-workers, your boss, trying to explain your non-binary identity to them. So and it's kind of living out someone else's experience and someone else's shoes to try and help you understand what it is that's what that game would be. It's a simulation of a real world experience of people who are going to have to go through that experience soon, or know people who've got it, so or know people who've been through that experience, or something like they need. It's a space, makes it accessible as an experience. Explosion. Explosion. Population explosion. There's explosions. There's an explosion in the firework factory. Or maybe just fireworks. Maybe you're trying to set off kick-ass fireworks displays to go on in time with the music, and they all have different wicks of different lengths. And so you need to figure out when you need to light all the fireworks in order to make them go off in time with the piece of music that's going to play. Alternate. Oh, we've had alternative, I think, or alternatively. Alternate. What about it's like Mario, but you want to try and put the coins back where you found them and revive all the Goombas that you stomped on? So it's like reverse Mario. Kansas, we're not in Kansas anymore. There was a tornado, pulled up the house, sent you to Oz. So Wizard of Oz, how would you do Wizard of Oz as a game? They did that on the SNES, apparently it was awful. But I like the whole idea of black and white and colour, and maybe there's some things like you can't see properly in black and white, but there's some things that you can only do in black and white. Something to do with it being the real world and the magic world, but they're actually the same place under different colour schemes. That reveals different information. Follows. It follows. So it's a series of consequences things. You got a game where you have to it's a music game. I come up with a music phrase, you have to come up with the music phrase that follows. I come up with one that follows that, you come up with one that follows that. You come up with one that follows that, I come up with one that follows that. And you go back and forth, until one of you runs out of ideas. It's like, no hesitation. Recorders. I like the flute things. Do 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 do. Recorders. You're trying to teach a bunch of children how to play recorders. It's like a rhythm action game. Yeah, I keep on saying that. It's like a rhythm action game or something, but you're not doing the rhythm action yourself. You are trying to train a bunch of unruly AI, who are a class of 30 children, to play Mary Had a Little Lamb on recorders. And there's only one of you, and whatever information and training you give out goes out to the whole class, but different AI children will learn differently, and you need to find a method of teaching them that will get you closest to a pleasant version of Mary Had a Little Lamb. Accurately. Gosh, we already had accurate. Accurately. you have to predict something accurately. Um, so you watch. You're watching a game of, say, okay, I don't know much about how Overwatch. You're watching a game of Overwatch, and you have to predict who will be killed by whom, and you get bonus points for guessing exactly when they'll be killed. So it's like it's you place bets on what's going to happen in a game of Overwatch. Maybe it's all played using bots, maybe it's played by real people. I don't know. You get points for accuracy. Judicial. Something goes to the courts. Something goes to the courts, and you have to. Oh, could you do like 12 Angry Men? What would be a 12 Angry Men video game be like? Where you're like, they're all. You're debating what happened in a court case. I'm gonna go 12 Angry Men, the video game. It's not very fleshed out. I am incredibly tired. 20. It's 4 times 5. So let's have a game that takes place on a 4x5 grid. So chess on a 4x5 grid. So let's just have a king, a queen, a knight, and a rook on each side. They are incredibly close together. Play chess. Adopt. You can adopt a child, adopt a new behaviour. Maybe it's just a child rearing game. Maybe it's like a try and look after a baby game, like a kind of, like a cyber pet, but like slightly bit more, a bit much. But yeah, raising a baby. What else? Thank you very much, Shiro DE. Just said it's a really entertaining and underrated format, and hope I get lots of inspiration for upcoming projects. Thank you very much. Honestly, I'm not sure. Like, I think I did this wanting to see what it would happen. I think, in a way, I wasn't expecting the ideas to be good. I was kind of just wanting to see what would happen. Like, if 400 ideas in, would I suddenly reach some point where I'm like, because I've just exhausted all of normality and, have reached some other kind of, plane of inspiration. I don't think that's happened, so that's useful to know. But I cannot remember, basically, once I've given an idea and move on to the next one, I forget what it was I actually said before. So, who knows, I might have said some bit of genius and then, totally forgotten what it was I said. So, that's, yeah, I think I kind of wanted to do this to see what happens if you push a stupid idea to the limits and go this idea of what are ideas, ideas are cheap, and things like that. What are ideas for? And this. If ideas are cheap, what is the exchange rate between, one good idea and 500 bad ideas? Is 500 bad ideas worth one good idea? What is, yeah. So, that's I guess that's what it is. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure why I'm doing this. It's one of these things that I was just like, this is something I really want to do, and then like, and then was like, well, I'm only going to find out what happens by doing it. So yeah, maybe I will find ideas for upcoming projects in this. Maybe I won't, and it'll still be worth doing. Like, I, I guess I wasn't looking for ideas for upcoming projects, but you know, I think what I am looking for is to sort of get into a headspace where it's, yeah, what do you start doing? What do you start coming up with where you push the idea of coming up with ideas to its limit? Like, yeah. And I think that's that thing of, it was like I did this thing with the Pokemon games where I had them run with a bunch of glitches for ages, and they just got more and more incomprehensible as they went on. And it was like, in the first hour, it's kind of funny. 20 hours in, it's just long, and your relationship with that video changes when you're 20 hours into it, and it's like your experience, like, why are you watching it, what are you getting it from it, because new stuff stops happening, and that's like, I don't know, like, that's, what is that? I'm getting sidetracked. Because I've got 30 more to do, and right now I really don't want to, but I'm so close to a nice, neat number, and that's 501. So I'm gonna push through. But, like, I've never had the sensation before where coming up with ideas is, like, physically painful. And it's like, I can feel, like, a pressure in my head, like, when I'm struggling to come up with, like, I can, physically feel that. Not in something that's making me go, oh, I should call a doctor or something. It's something that's making me go, like, this isn't, like, mentally unpleasant situation, and I want to stop. It's really, it's weird, because it's just coming up with ideas, and it's like, is it like the scrutiny of it? Like, what is going on here? Because, like, in that I'm trying to come up with a big bunch of ideas, and they, not worrying about whether or not they're any good. But I am worrying about whether or not they're good. I was worrying about whether or not they were good from the start. I think as soon as I got into my head that other people would be watching it, then I started to think, oh, but they have to be good. And even the bad ones have to be good. Like, they have to be bad in a good way. And it's a weird kind of, like that. Because it stops being about thinking of ideas and starts being about sitting with that pressure. And, like, what is your relationship to that pressure? Like, why are you doing this? And, because in a way I was, doing this as a kind of art piece just to see what would happen if I did it, But then once you start doing it and you realise people are watching you, you go, oh, and people are watching this, and they are determining whether or not I am any good at having game ideas, and also whether or not I'm entertaining on the screen, and all of these things, and it kind of becomes... Well, I just think it takes on a very different form to what I was expecting. Just in kind of emotional sense of, like, what is this weird thing that I'm doing right now? Yeah. Oh, thank you. I just had a message come in. Thank you very much. So just for those of you, if you're watching on a recording afterwards or something, this is Shiro D. Thank you very much for the messages. It seems like a nice exercise and a new, unique approach, though. Coming up with ideas for a random term in such a short amount of time perhaps really rewires your way of thinking in a good way. Um, yeah, I mean, in the short term, I certainly feel like something's being rewired. We'll find out if it's in a good way or not. I mean, there's no such thing. I don't think there's so much any such thing as a bad idea, or not in like as in a like that you can have an idea that is in some way destructive. So, like, I you got to try these things. You got to try doing it. It's not like I'm doing something dangerous, and that's kind of the fun of it. I think that's something I'm always drawn to about doing stuff that's kind of pointless. It's not about it being dangerous. It's not about being risky. It's about it being totally and utterly pointless. And there's something beautiful in pointlessness. I've probably contradicted myself by saying that. I've probably been going against like other stuff I've been saying, but that's the experience. Anyway, 30 more to go. So if I do one more a minute, I'll be finished by 1 a.m. Because I want to get to 501 and then wrap up. So, thank you so much for responding and having this wee chat with me, even though I appreciate it's been kind of one-sided because it's mostly me talking. So thank you for listening. So, completing. Okay, so a game where you have incomplete information. So let's say like a chessboard, but you don't know where all the pieces are. You know where some of the pieces are. You can infer where others. Maybe there's just like areas of the board which are entirely, blacked out, and you in your head are trying to complete the map of information for what should be on the chessboard. Torture. Okay, that one's dark. I'm gonna veto that one. Discussion. So many games involve discussion. So many games don't involve discussion. So what if you take a game that doesn't involve discussion, something like a first-person shooter or something kind of a reactions-based game, something like Super Smash Brothers, and like every minute the game pauses and the teams get space to talk about tactics and strategy, and then it resumes again. Kernel, like a pine kernel or a kernel of truth or a kernel of an idea. So what if the game is that you are given a game design and you have to make that game smaller and smaller and smaller, and it's like you're given all the components of a board game, and then you have to like take components out of the board game and take rules out and take pieces out, and you can consider the game to be over when the game is no longer entertaining. Faced. A cube is multi-faced. It has 6 faces. What if it was an RPG? I talked really ages ago, I mentioned an RPG where people have different faces, or no, that was like a game of poker where people have different faces. But anyway, you've got people with different faces. What if that everybody has 6 emotions and these are randomly decided, like every minute or something, and they have different emotions, which means that you have to interact with them in different ways. And the way you visualize this idea of them having different emotions is they have cube heads with different faces on each side of the cube, and when it's time for them to change emotions, they pick up their head, they roll it on the floor like a die, pick it up and put it back on at whatever emotion was visible. Sustainability. Could we model, say, Easter Island, the ecology of Easter Island, and like have, because they chop down the trees to build the heads and things like that, and could we simulate that process of the island, but trying to see how many heads, giant heads, you could make, without putting the ecosystem into jeopardy. I mean, that's a great, Easter Island is like this kind of pocket ecosystem where they kill themselves off using up all their natural resources. I mean, you could pretty much lift that kind of literally and turn that into a resource management game. Left. Okay, a racing game where you can only turn left. So if you want to turn right on a corner, you need to turn a full 270 degrees to the left. Holocaust. I'm gonna go with I'm too tired. Negotiation. Negotiation. In Cosmic Encounter, if you both play Negotiate or something, you have to choose something. What is that feature? That feature is negotiation. Where else could you put that feature? You could put it into a game about. What about a game of Werewolf or something, where someone can kill the werewolf or something, but the werewolf can negotiate with them in order to cause them not to kill the werewolf. So everybody in the room can be bribed or persuaded against the collective. Maybe it's the werewolves who give out objectives to the people in order to try and protect themselves. A pawn. Okay, so being sat on something. Maybe you are sat on a throne and people are trying to push you off the throne. And the higher up you get, the more precarious it gets, the more wobbly it gets as you sit on a higher and higher throne. Determination. Determination. I've got 22 more to go. Determination is you have a game which is 8 hours long and you can't save, and you just have to keep on ploughing on with it regardless, then that's the only way you can see it through to the end. Indonesian. I don't know much about Indonesia, but was Indonesia, is that where the raid was set? Apologies if it's not, but let's say, okay, well, what would the raid be like as a video game? And it's that, going up the tower and the kind of geography of the different rooms or something. So you'd want a kind of Devil May Cry style beat 'em up, but where the kind of the geography of the tower is incredibly important. So maybe you're not super powered or anything like that, but you can use your knowledge of the geography of the space and the secret ins and outs and passages in order to create situations where your opponent, the bad guys, will walk straight into your trap, and then you can You beat them up. Andrew. Andrew Garfield. Is he the actor who plays Spider-Man? So, or Andrew... Okay, an android's drawing something. So you have a bunch of pictures. So you have a computer draws a picture with a pencil, and a bunch of other people draw pictures with pencils, and they have to convince the player that this is a drawing. Like their drawing was drawn by an android, and the android's drawing was drawn by a person. So it's like a Turing test with pencils. Android could be like an AI or a robot or something. Carriers. Water carriers. Or just see how many things you can carry back and forth between a bunch of places. So, you know, the Q blocks need to be over here, the round blocks need to be over there, red blocks need to be over there. And you're running around a physical landscape trying to put everything into the right baskets before the time runs out. And maybe some of the things will try to escape and move around, so you need to, like, not let them do that. Beads. You are trying, it's like Dennis the Menace with his marbles trying to trip up a policeman, and you are flicking beads along the ground to try and get them into the path of, say, a policeman or something, so that you trip him over. But you don't want to get them into the path of your friends or pet dog Nasha. Modules. The lunar lander is built out of modules. The lunar lander, so, like, what about a game where you just have to build the space rocket to go to the moon, the lunar lander, and build all of these systems that will allow you to do that? I guess Kerbal Space Program is that game. So how about... How about you're doing that, you're moon people trying to send a module to Earth, but you also have to, like, you know, build in stuff to deal with the fact that there's humans there, and you might need, like, some kind of defences, because they'll probably, you know, try to harvest you from moon organs. More. What is a thing where you always want more? Okay, a fighting game like Super Smash Brothers, but every 30 seconds you get a second character to control in addition to your current one, and you move them both at the same time, and every 30 seconds it just adds more and more characters, and you are controlling them all simultaneously. The player who gets down to 0 characters is the player who loses. Sales, 15 more prompts to go. Thank you very much, Shiro D, who says, haha, please make Andrew a thing. Honestly, like, when I was describing that, I was like, you know what, this is actually a good one. They do happen, eventually. Sales. It's a Steam sale, and you've got to try and save as much money as you can. But after a year, every game that you haven't played you will lose the full price of that game from your score. It's a kind of real life game to play with Steam. Hormone. What if you play as the amygdala? So you have an AI person running around, maybe like getting attacked by tigers and stuff like that. And you, instead of controlling the AI, you just release hormones into the body of the AI for things like run away or fight and flight response and things like that. So you control their behavior indirectly, and you're trying to set off behaviors that will be best for the survival of that human. Dropped. Oh, okay, you are a penny dropped from the top of the Empire State Building. Apparently, like, what would happen if it hit someone? It would just kind of disintegrate. I don't know if that's true or not. But, like, you're a coin. You got Abraham Lincoln on you. You don't want to disintegrate. So why don't you... you can kind of spin to guide yourself through the air, and you're trying to bounce off of things so that you hit the ground safely on your way down from the top of the Empire State Building. Heavy. It's sort of heavy metal. You are using the power of heavy metal to break windows and bust down doors and things. So it's like you play with the Guitar Hero controller, but you're the like metal cops or something, and you have to barge down doors for like drug dealers' dens and stuff like that. And the way that you do it is with the sweet licks of rock and roll. So to get all the stuff to happen, you need to play some kick-ass heavy metal on your Guitar Hero guitar. Bracelets. You have arms full of bracelets, and you can use them to dangle off of things. You can, or maybe you're just trying to, it's a physical game, a real life game, where you are trying to sneak people's bracelets off of them without them noticing. Wanted. Wanted. I've got 10 more to go. Wanted. Okay, Cowboys. Wanted. There's a price on your head. And your score is the size of the price on your head. So you want to do all kinds of crazy stuff that is going to make you more desirable for, like, the sheriff is going to pay out more money for catching you. Close, or close. A game where you have to get very, very close to people without them noticing you. So like Hitman, I think I've already come up with that idea, but for following people from behind. But just go like man-spreading Hitman or something. Like, you need to get uncomfortably inside people's personal space without them noticing. Maybe you need to get close enough for them to smell your garlic breath. Shorter. okay, a game like Harvest Moon or something, where you've got, but the AI is controlling the farm and building the farm or anything, and you control the length of the day, and like, so how much sunshine things get and how much sleep people get, and yeah, so you're controlling how fast the Earth is rotating. Spectrum, a whole thing of colours: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. So what is if a game like Asteroids or something, but everything was rainbow patterned, so you couldn't really tell where stuff was easily, because visually nothing's distinct from each other, nothing's distinct from the background, everything has a rainbow motif all over it. Aurora. You want to go to the North Pole and see the Aurora Borealis. No, okay, Steamed Hammers again. It's Aurora Borealis. So, you play Principal Skinner from The Simpsons. You have Aurora Borealis localized entirely inside your kitchen, and you need to keep it there. So it's trying to get out the windows and stuff, and you're trying to, like, keep the windows closed and things, but you open one thing and, like, you know, close one exit, and the Northern Lights will find another exit to sneak out of. 5 more to go. Jeans. You are a pair of blue jeans. Or what of a game controller built into a pair of blue jeans. And because you want to wear them out while you're playing them, so the way to operate them is to rub them with sandpaper. I don't know what game you would play with that, but the controller is, like, detects the rubbing motion. It detects the shaking and vibration on your leg that occurs when you rub your leg with sandpaper through your jeans. And maybe it's like a mining game or something, like something you do while wearing jeans. Illustrated. You got a picture book with all of the words missing. You've got you have to fill in the words that go with it. It could be like the Gruffalo or something like that. You get points for being closest to reality, to what that actually was, like what was actually written there, and you get points for making your friends laugh. Company. You're on your own and you want some company. So you have to go out into the world and socialize with AIs, and you have to figure out what the different AIs want, and we train them based on, like, survey data from, like, 1,000 people which we, you know, survey on the internet, and so we can develop these androids that have specific desires which you need to work out by talking to them, and maybe they talk back in that kind of GPT-2 way where they just generate meaningful sounding noise. Over, somewhere over the rainbow, over and under, it's like an obstacle course, and a voice shouts out over, and then you have to go over every obstacle, and sometimes it goes under and you have to go under every obstacle in the obstacle course, and it goes through and you have to go through every obstacle in the obstacle course. 500 Moscow. What game would you play in Moscow? Tetris. Moscow. It's cold in Moscow, so maybe you need to keep warm. Maybe Moscow is deserted, there's no one there, it's just you, it's freezing cold, you have to keep warm. Moscow. And finally, one more. Appeals. So, it's cricket. Let's end with another cricket one. Another cricket one where you have to appeal for LBWs on cricket balls. So, you know, do you get control over the bowler or the batsman? I don't know. But what you do get is you get the opportunity to go, "Way!" when you think it's a leg before wicket. Now, it doesn't matter whether it actually was a leg before wicket or not. What matters is that the umpire gives it out. You don't want to appeal too much because that makes the umpire less inclined to believe you. But you can do things like distract the umpire with like pigeons and jazz flute music and stuff like that. And that's it. That's 501. That's actually 502 because when I press the button, that makes a counter. We started on 0. So there we go. Appeals number 502. That didn't work because I've not got focus. There we go. 502. Essays will be left for another day, I guess. Thank you for watching, everyone who stuck through this for the entire thing. I do really appreciate that. Anyone who spent any amount of time with this, thank you for watching. And let's see, I've got 499 more to do. Maybe that'll come at another day. Wish me luck. I can't believe this took me 8 hours and 46 seconds to come home with 502 ideas. And have a lovely evening. I shall see you again soon. I think I need to go to sleep. And then in the morning I'll figure out if this was a good idea or not. Thank you very much, everyone. And good night.